Hi guys, welcome to Kitchen Court Cases. I forgot the name of my own channel. Oh dear. Kitchen Court Cases, where we watch court in my kitchen. What's that? This is my bathing suit. Okay. So, hi guys, welcome. I hope you're doing well today. We're starting a bit earlier. My kitchen is like half clean. Charles, I'm not laughing at you, but I am because I thought you were talking about turkey for a second, but you weren't. So what we're going to start with today is a little new segment. First of all, I love you guys. You guys are great. You make me happy and you leave lovely comments, which I really appreciate. If you're new here, we're immature. That's just the way we are, I think. I think people need to realize. So, we have here from last night, we have hold on, damn it. Get it together, kitchen. Get it together. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is from last night's Big D. And Amy has left a lovely comment. Thank you, Amy. We also have a comment from, hold on, damn it. Hold on. We also have a lovely comment from Autumn, who says, I adore you so much. Your lives are so, hold on. Now shit's in the way here. This is not working. I gotta turn off that chat for a second. Orlando Chiquita, thank you so much. So Autumn says, I adore you so much. Your lives are so fun and different. What the fuck? Now my phone's talking? Or what was that? It was my phone. Okay. It's like meeting with friends for a game night and a movie. Here's to your channel growth and success, Kitch. That's so nice. Thank you so much. Then we go down and we have a reply here. Yeah. Thank you, Donna. Thank you. But we have here from Carol, what I can do without is your silly voice and comments and gestures. Please. We are mostly adults here and do not treat us like kids. Like kids. I don't know who you're talking about, Carol. They are not mostly adults around here. Certainly not me. And also, maybe you didn't catch it when you walked into the kitchen here, but it's my kitchen. So, but as usual, I'm so sorry, Carol, but that won't be going away anytime soon, so don't say I didn't warn you. Thanks so much for watching and commenting. Appreciate the engagement. That one actually was great. And then the last one we're going to read, just give me one moment here, because these responses were fucking hilarious. And these people aren't even regular chatters. These are just people that out of the blue, because this video sort of blew up, came to my rescue in the chat when I made a mistake, which is fine. Like, it's totally good. But I pinned this one because I loved the responses so much. So just give me one sec here because I'm going to pull it up and you will see what I mean. I did make a mistake. And guess what? I am not infallible. I do make those mistakes. That's just the way I am. But they're mistakes. I'm not a clickbaiter. That's not how it is. So what we have here was from somebody who said, if you're going to post, why can't you see that? Okay, there. If you post these cases on the internet, please learn the appropriate language, as well as the agency providing the authority. Probation revocation isn't even derived from the same arm of government authority as parole revocation. Also, you do not go to jail when your parole is revoked. You go to prison. Perhaps you could learn the 3 branches of government, high school level American government, and that may help you to better understand these cases. Maybe it's just a clickbait title. And I wrote, nope, not a clickbait title, just a mistake. It is indeed a revocation of her deferred sentence and unsuccessful discharge from probation with 93 days of jail to be served. Thanks for the help with the details. I appreciate it. I'm Canadian, so our system is obviously different. Thanks for watching and commenting. But this is where it gets great, okay? Somebody wrote back. Wait, where did the other one go? I don't know where it is. But they wrote, settle down there, Judge Wapner. Maybe the kitchen staff was too busy trying to get your toast just right to bother with the details of this case. The cook is giving you a free meal here. Perhaps you should consider the old axiom, if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. But I guess everyone is a scholar on YouTube. And what's even funnier is that I don't know why, but the reply that I really, really liked that was here before was to me, and it said, I'm so sorry for the douchebag that wrote to you earlier. Some people have no home training or manners, unlike you who handled that with such class. I loved it. Anyway, so these people are very welcome to come and hang out with us because I love them. And I do appreciate the engagement, don't get me wrong. Anyways, so for tonight, we are doing another version, another game of the Big D with Big D, Dismissal Dan. If you're new here, we are watching bond hearings, and we're going to be voting on the bond hearings to see what happens. It's a fun time, I'm going to tell you. So, these are the instructions. So we vote in the chat. If you think they're going to want a court-appointed attorney, it's a 1. Hire their own, 22. If they don't understand what's going on, that's a 333. If Big Dan is going to go for a Big D, that is a 4444 in the chat, or you can throw down those Big D emojis in the chat, okay? Also, we had this happen, which is the only reason this is on there. 55555 is a Sovsidiot. We have had one thus far. Okay. Also, the judge, we love him. I love him. And he loses paperwork a lot. So we have a special person who I brought in personally to help Dismissal Dan. Okay. I made a call. I asked somebody if they could please come and help. And I got a yes. Okay. So we now have, ready to go when it is time, a special helper. So just wait for that. I'm not going to do it yet. I want you guys to wait and see who it is when Dismissal Dan needs our help, okay? So first things first. Oh, shoot. Second things second. Oh, what are you having for dinner tonight, guys? Let me know what you've had for dinner. I would love to hear it. Bodie McBoatface. Love it. Did I miss other people's stuff too? I'm not paying attention as well as I should be. Okay, let's get us going, and then we will move on from there. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong fucking stream. Bodie McBoatface isn't even here. That's on my phone in somebody else's room. God damn it. I gotta get out of this. I gotta get on track here. I gotta get on track. Okay. Alright, man. You're gonna have to wait and look where you're going. Maybe behind you back. Okay, I am seeing some really yummy things for dinner tonight in the chat.
Mask up over your nose, hands behind your back, elbow on the walls.
Also, this is in Clayton County, Georgia. These are bond hearings or first appearances.
Deputies, we good?
Yes, sir. We're good.
Okay. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is May the 30th. It is 11:02 a.m. This is Clayton County Magistrate Court first appearance hearing. I am Judge Daniel Nagel. Before we begin, I need everyone to raise their right hand, please.
That includes you at home.
Swear or affirm the evidence that you are going to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You can say, I do. All right, you can put your hand down. I'm going to go over a few preliminary instructions before I meet with each one of you individually. All right. As I said, today is a first appearance hearing. This is not a trial date. This is an informative hearing, and this is not an evidentiary hearing. What I mean by that is this is not an opportunity for you to tell me why you should not have been arrested, why you didn't do what the officers said you did, what your defense to the charges are, or how you plan on beating these charges, okay? This is merely an informative hearing where I read to you what charges that you are charged with, and then I let you know your bond amount if you're eligible for a bond or if I've granted a bond, and then also if there are any special conditions of your bond. Special conditions include staying away from a certain location or staying away from a certain person. It's very important that you pay attention to the special conditions of your bond, because if you violate them, you could end up back in the Clayton County Jail with additional charges that you will not be getting a bond for. So if you want to get out and stay out, it's very important that you listen to the special conditions of your bond. You, as always, you have the right for an attorney, and I will discuss with each one of you whether you want me to appoint an attorney for you or if you wish to hire your own attorney. You all were given the forms prior to this hearing for you to fill out if you wanted a court-appointed attorney. If you did not fill it out, then I can only assume that you want to hire your own attorney. You know, one of the reasons why we started now is to give you all an opportunity to fill out the forms if you wanted the court to appoint you one. So if you didn't do that, then I'm going to assume that you are going to hire your own attorney. If at any point later on down the road you want to change your mind and either you want to apply for a court-appointed attorney, or if you have a court-appointed attorney and you want to hire your own attorney, you can absolutely do that. You can change your mind later on down the road. Another piece of information that I'm going to give you is your next court date. It's called a preliminary hearing. It is where your attorney and the prosecutors, either the state or either the solicitor's office or the DA's office, can discuss the actual facts of your case. There, you can either have a hearing, and that's where they have to present the witness and have them testify about the nature of the charges against you, or they can negotiate a different bond amount than what's being set today. It doesn't guarantee that they're going to change their minds, but at least it presents them an opportunity to do so. All right. Again, this is more of an informative hearing, so please don't tell me any defenses that you have. I will allow you to ask a question at the end when I'm done speaking, but the nature of your question should really revolve around what are my charges, what is my bond and my bond conditions, and when is my next court date. All right. So we're going to start with the females with Miara Davenport.
Okay, guys, so we're going to get started. We need to know what you think this contestant is going to be picking, and if you think we're going to have a paperwork issue.
All right, good morning, ma'am. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Miara Davenport.
All right, Ms. Davenport, you are charged with 1 count of possession of marijuana less than an ounce and 1 count of prostitution. They are both misdemeanor charges, okay? The bond on the misdemeanor marijuana charge is $1,500. The bond on the prostitution is $2,000. Your total bond is $3,500. Your next court date is going to be June the 14th and that's when you'll have a preliminary hearing. If you bond out, then you do not have to go to that court date, okay? If you are still here, then you'll have an opportunity to meet with an attorney, and they can either negotiate your case further or try to come up with a different bond amount. All right.
Okay.
1 second. All right, you filled out your form. So do you want me to appoint an attorney for you, or do you want to hire your own attorney?
My sister came up here last night to bond me out, but the kiosk thing was not working.
Mhm.
So how do I go about doing that? Because I can get bonded out.
Okay, well, let's answer my question first. Do you want me to appoint an attorney, or do you want to hire your own?
No, you can appoint me one side.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. All right, so I'm going to appoint an attorney for you. Now, as it relates to your bond, I don't have any control over that. That's done through the sheriff's office or through a bonding company. So either your sister can go directly to the sheriff's office and speak with them on how to do it, or she can get in contact with a bonding company. I don't have any say-so or any influence on that process, okay?
Okay, thank you. Okay.
All right, any other questions?
So if my sister can come back up here she can come to the jail to bond me out?
She can go there and bond you out, and as long as you don't have any other pending charges and she can make this bond, then you're free to go once they process it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, ma'am, can you tell me your full name, please? Okay, you have to speak up.
Lindsay Diavola.
Okay, Miss Diavola, you are charged with loitering or prowling, criminal trespass, public indecency, obstruction of an officer, and giving a false name. All of those charges are misdemeanor charges, okay? The total bond is $6,000, okay? All of your bonds are $1,000 except the public indecency, that one's $2,000, okay? So your total bond is $6,000. You do have a special condition to not go back to 578 Edgemore Lane in Jonesboro. That's not your residence, is it? Okay, so you don't have any business being over there, okay? So as long as this bond is in place, don't go back to that residence or you can find yourself in even more trouble. Do you understand? All right, now you filled out some of this paperwork. Do you want me to appoint an attorney for you, or do you want to hire your own attorney?
Attorney.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I hire. Appoint an attorney, please.
Okay. All right, let me see here. All right, that's fine. Then I will appoint an attorney for you. Now, your next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you bond out, then you do not have to go to that court date. But if you are still in the Clayton County Jail, that'll be an opportunity for the lawyers to meet with you and discuss your case with the prosecutors, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, good morning. Can you tell me your full name?
Just before you do that, guys, I had a question for anybody that may know this. Is there a reasoning behind the colors of the uniforms that some of these people wear? I had that question in the chat recently or in a comment recently. I didn't know, but I thought I would ask y'all. So if you know why, is it probably, my theory would be that it's sizing, or like if you are not booked, maybe you wear one thing. I don't know. And I'm sure every place is different, but if anybody knows for this one, Clayton County specifically.
Love Mornay Griffith.
What's that?
Do you love Mornay Griffith?
Okay. One moment.
Oh, I thought we were missing paperwork.
this paperwork. All right, just a moment. All right, Ms. Griffith, you are charged with 1 count of batteries. That is a misdemeanor charge, okay? You do have a special condition to stay away from Wanda Butler and not return to the address of 1924 Cornell Way in Morrow, Georgia. Who is Wanda Butler to you?
My grandmother.
Got it. And do you stay at that 1924 Cornell Way address in Morrow?
Actually do.
Okay, all right. Well, if you have things that you need to get from there, then I can put in your bond that you're allowed to go back and get any belongings that you need, okay? Until this bond order is changed. So either another judge has to change the bond, right? Or your case needs to be resolved. So you can't go back to that address, okay? Unless you're going to go get your things. And I'm gonna tell you how to do that. When you bond out, you're going to take the copy of the bond order to the sheriff's department and you're going to say, hey, the judge says that I need to go and get my things from this property. I need the sheriff's department to go with me and get them. And then they will set that up. Okay. You can't just go there by yourself and be like, the judge said I could do it. I'm here to get my stuff. That's going to get you in a lot more trouble than what you need to be in. Okay. So you need to go through the proper ways of getting your belongings. Or if you don't want to go over there and get your belongings, that's fine as well. But until another judge changes these bond conditions, then you're not allowed back on that property. All right. The bond is $2,000 and that can be done through the sheriff's department, or you can go through a bonding company.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you? Okay, then I will do that. All right. Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, you're good to go. Good luck. All right, can you tell me your name, please?
Right, Haynes.
What's that?
Haynes.
Dominique Haynes?
Haynes.
Okay, got it. I can hear you now.
Okay, she fully said penis to begin with. Full on. That we're going back. That sounded exactly like penis.
Haynes.
All right, can you tell me your name, please?
Right, Haynes.
What's that?
Haynes.
Dominique Haynes?
Haynes.
Okay, got it. I can hear you now. Thank you. All right, Ms. Haynes, you are charged with 1 count of pointing a pistol at another. The bond on that charge is $10,000. 1 count of battery, the bond is $1,000, and 1 count of criminal trespass, the bond is $1,000. So the total bond is $12,000. Now listen to the special conditions. You're not to have any contact with Ruval Sumit Kumar, okay? In addition, you're not allowed to return back to 7517 Terra Boulevard, okay, in Jonesboro. Is that where you were staying?
No.
Okay, so you don't live there at all.
No.
All right, then there's no reason for you to go back on that property. So as part of your bond, you can't go back there. And if you do, as you heard me state earlier, then you can face additional charges, and I'm sure that's not what you want. Okay. Now, you did not fill out your form, so I can only assume that you want to hire your own attorney. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's fine. Then you can do that. Your next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you are bonded out, then you do not need to show up to that court date. If you are still here, then hopefully by then you have found the attorney that you wish to hire, and they can negotiate your case even further. Or you can have a hearing where the state would call the witnesses that they have and present that to another judge. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, good luck to you. please tell me your full name, please.
Richard Johnson.
All right. Let's see. All right, Ms. Johnson, you were charged with 1 count of battery. The bond on that is $2,000. You do have special conditions as part of your bond, okay? The person's name I have here is that you're not to have any contact with Eric Morissette. Do you know who that is? Okay, that's fine. And you're not to go back to 3576 Mount Zion Road in Morrow. Okay, that's the Wellstar Clinic.
Yes, sir.
Okay, don't go back up there. You know, if you need another place to be seen, then find another location. Okay. Again, the total bond is $2,000. Do you want me to appoint an attorney for you, or do you want to hire your own?
Oh, you can appoint me one.
Okay, I will do that. Again, your court date is going to be June the 14th. If you bond out, then you do not have to go to that court date. If you're still in the Clayton County Jail, they'll have a lawyer there to speak with you and they can negotiate your case even further, or you can have a hearing. All right, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Good luck. All right, can you tell me good morning. Tell me your name, please.
McDuffie.
Miss McDuffie, I had that you were bonding out.
Yes.
Is somebody in the process of doing that for you? Okay.
Sir.
Okay. Well, I didn't have your paperwork. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I didn't have your paperwork because your bond was already preset. So your total bond was $2,000. It was $500 for the speeding and $1,500 for the license charge. Okay, so that was already set. But if somebody is already in the process, then you know, just let the jail process your paperwork. It takes a little bit of time. Okay.
Okay.
All right, but don't violate any more laws while you're out. And if you want to drive, make sure you get your license. Okay.
No
All
court
right.
date, no extra court or anything?
I imagine, again, because I didn't set it, but I imagine your next court date is going to be June the 14th. But if you bond out, then you're not going to have to go to that court date. Just make sure that they have a good address for you and a way to contact you so you don't miss your next court date coming up. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Good luck to you. All right. Can you tell me your name, please?
That's right, Richard Harrison. Larry is putting in the work. Thank you to Richard Harrison for doing that, you guys. You will see some amazing graphics and stuff that I couldn't make at all. But lucky for me, we have an amazing, talented chat. And Richard Harrison has helped me with that. We have a lovely, and I do mean lovely, Larry Beaver, who is here to help with the paperwork. He has been working hard and he will help you, Judge. I promise. I have personally asked Larry to be here for you. Again, thank you to Richard Harrison. He does amazing different graphics and stuff. We're working on a couple different things to showcase you guys what he can do, because I know you're like, well, I don't need graphics, but you do. You do. If you have, a person that you want to get a gift for, maybe like a Father's Day gift, and you have an old picture that you want to combine with somebody else, he can do that. If you got divorced and you're like, shit, I look good in those pictures, but I don't want that fucking dead weight there, he can do that. Many different things. Okay. I will be posting some contact details later, but I just wanted to say a special extra thank you to Richard for the wonderful work. And Larry, you too. Good work.
SWINT.
What's that?
Swint.
Swint. All right. Ms.
You think
Swint,
I
were
could,
charged with
Sashina?
1 count of battery. The bond is $3,000. Now, you're not to have any contact with Danielle Williams. You don't know who that person is, do you?
No, and I got a question. I wanna ask a question. No, this is not the time for that. You just
Yeah,
asked
if-
the question.
Whoa.
You give me a second. Let's go through this information. I'll ask you if you have any questions, but remember what I said. If you're going to ask me about your case, this is not the place to do it. This is being broadcasted live. So whatever you say could be used against you in a further proceeding. So the only questions that I can answer for you is what are my charges? What is my bond? And when's my next court date? Okay. Another special condition is that
We figured it out, you guys. We figured it out. Whoever that lady is that just stepped in, first of all, absolutely inappropriate because she's not an officer of the court. She may be an officer in the court, but as far as I'm aware, she's not a lawyer. So helpful, but inappropriate. Yeah, that's right. We did have a weed dealer for a $75,000 bond and a disgusting crime for less. Let's go back. We will go back. I'm going to go back to hear this woman interrupt here just for a moment, because what we've noticed in this court, guys, is that off camera, oftentimes people are looking to see what they should be saying. And I've been trying to figure out who it is. At first we thought, oh, it's a jailhouse lawyer, but it's not a jailhouse lawyer because the likelihood of them being there day after day after day is so slim. It has to be somebody that works there.
Now, you're not to have any contact with Danielle Williams. You don't know who that person is, do you?
No, and I got a question. I wanna ask a question.
You see where she's looking? Uh-oh, that lady just said. I think we found her. Also, something else that's really odd in this jurisdiction, and we actually just saw it. The person hadn't yet seen the judge, but yet was already going to bail out. And there's fees associated with it that seem to be unknown to the judge. I just wonder.
No, this is not the time for that. You just
Yeah,
asked
if-
the question.
You give me a second. Let's go through this information. I'll ask you if you have any questions, but remember what I said. If you're going to ask me about your case, this is not the place to do it. This is being broadcasted live. So whatever you say could be used against you in a further proceeding. So the only questions that I can answer for you is what are my charges? What is my bond? And when's my next court date? Okay. Another special condition is that you do not go back to the Shell gas station located at 6656 Terra Boulevard in Jonesboro. So don't go back to that Shell gas station, okay? You know, I don't know particularly what happened, but something happened there and this is where you are. So you don't need to be going back up there because all it's going to do is invite trouble for yourself. Now, do you want me to appoint an attorney for you or do you want to hire your own?
Appoint an attorney.
Okay. All right, I will do so. Now, remember what I told you about your questions, okay? Do you have a question related to what I just said?
I know. Oh, well, what's my next court date?
June the 14th. So if you bond out, you don't have to go to your next court date. Okay? All right. Good luck to you.
Okay.
I can tell your name, please.
Jolante White.
All right, Miss White, thank you for speaking up. All right, Miss White, you are charged with failure to yield. The bond is 500. Distracted driving, hands-free violation, the bond is 1,000. License not on person, 500. And use of possession or drug-related objects. Let's see, bond is $1,000. And then theft by receiving stolen property. I am dismissing the felony charge against you. Okay. Now,
Thank you.
now, that doesn't mean later on that the state can't charge you again. I'm basing my decision based on the information that I have in front of me, okay? Maybe
Well, we
they
got a
will,
DB. We got a big D.
maybe they will, maybe they won't, okay? But I just got to let you know that there is that possibility, but I don't have enough evidence to keep that charge moving forward on you. Now, your total bond is $3,000. That can either be done through the sheriff's department, or you yourself or a family member or friend can go through a bonding company. It's typically around 15 to 20%. Okay. Do you want me to appoint an attorney for you, or do you want to hire your own?
My own.
Okay, very good. Well, then you're free to do that. That's not a problem. Now, your next court date is June the 14th, okay? If you bond out, then you don't have to go to that court date. Just make sure that the courts have a good address and a way of contacting you, so later on down the road, you get notice of your court date and you don't miss court, okay? All right, do you have any questions?
You took the felony charge off, right?
Correct. So what's gonna happen is, and when I'm done with this, I'm going to draft an order dismissing that particular charge, and then only the misdemeanors are going to remain. But remember what I told you, later on down the road, they could change their mind and present more evidence and bring it back. But I have no idea whether they're going to do it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's all the females that I have.
That's the last female, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect.
All right, Mr. Alon.
All right, sir, can you tell me your full name?
Ellis.
All right, Mr. Allen, so you were charged with, let me see here, 5 misdemeanors and 1 felony. All right, I'm going to go over each charge and what your total bond is. The fleeing from police officers, which is the felony, your bond is $2,500. Speeding is $1,000. Reckless driving is $1,000. Obstruction $1,000. Improper lane change $500, and no turn signal $500. So your total bond is $6,500. Okay. Your next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you bond out, then you don't have to go to that court date. Just make sure that they have a way of contacting you so you don't miss your court date in the future. If you're still there at the Clayton County Jail on June the 14th, you will have a preliminary hearing, and then the attorney there can negotiate your case further, or you can have a hearing. Now, do you want to hire your own attorney, or do you want me to appoint one for you?
Appoint one for me.
Okay, I will do that. All right, do you have any questions? All right, good luck to you, sir. All right, sir, can you tell me your full name?
Austin.
All right, Mr. Austin, you are charged with possession of a firearm by a felon and obstruction of an officer. The obstruction charge is a misdemeanor. That's only going to be $1,500. The possession of a firearm by a convicted felon charge, I am dismissing that particular count against you. That doesn't mean that later on down the road, the prosecutor's office can bring that charge back. But based on the evidence that I have in front of me, I don't have enough evidence to let that charge move forward. So the felony charge is going to be dismissed, at least for right now, and your bond is going to be $1,500 on the misdemeanor obstruction. Now, you did not fill out your forms.
Here's an open invitation. If anybody can find me a judge who dismisses more than this, I want to find him. This man gives the big D so often every night. Yes, I love it.
So I assume that you want to hire your own attorney. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine. You're more than welcome to do that. Let me see here. Your next court date is going to be June the 14th. At that court date, your attorney can either negotiate your case further, or you can have a hearing. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, good luck to you.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, tell me your full name.
Melvin Chafa.
All right, sir, you are charged with 3 misdemeanors. Number 1 is license not on person, your bond is $500. DUI, your bond is $3,000, and improper lane change, your bond is $500. So your total bond is $400. Your next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you bond out, then you do not need to go to that court date. But if you're still there at that time, the attorney can either negotiate your case further or you can have a hearing. Do you want me to appoint an attorney for you, or do you want to hire your own?
I'm gonna appoint one for now, but I also wanna look for my own.
That's fine. You can do that. So I'm going to go ahead and appoint one for you. If you find one either before the 14th or after the 14th, just make sure that they file an entry on your behalf and make sure that you have good contact information for the court so they know when to give you your next court date. Okay.
All right.
All right. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, sir. What's your full name?
Abdul Cisse.
Oh, okay. 1 second. All
You
right,
do
Mr.
need an
Cisse.
international driving permit as a Canadian in the United States. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Unless that has changed recently, I have many, many times traveled to the United States as a Canadian and was able to utilize my Canadian driver's license internationally. If that has changed, somebody tell me, but I highly doubt that. Yeah. I just don't think that's true.
Hey, that's how you say it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, you're charged with 1 count of battery. The bond is $2,000. 1 count of aggravated assault, which is a felony. Your bond is $5,000. So your total bond is $7,000. All right. Now, I want you to pay attention to this part. Part of your bond conditions, if you bond out, is that you cannot have any contact with Morgan Evans. That means no texting, no calling, no Skype, no Twitter, no Instagram, no DMs, no nothing. No getting your friends or family to hit her up and say, hey, you know, whatever. No contact means that person does not exist in your life. Also, you're not to go back to 1538 Interlaken Pass in Jonesboro. Is that where you were living at, sir?
Nah.
Okay.
No, sir.
No, sir.
So you don't have any reason to go over to that residence. Okay.
Nope.
If you violate the bond conditions, I'm telling you right now that there's a very good likelihood that the state is going to charge you with additional crimes and you will not be eligible for a bond. So heed the warning. That person doesn't exist until your case is resolved or the bond order is changed. Do you understand?
Sir.
All right. Now, you did not fill out your form, so I can only assume that you want to hire your own attorney. Is that correct?
Sir.
All right. Well, then I'll let you do that. Like I said, your next court date is going to be June the 13th. If you bond out before then, you don't have to go to that court date. If you don't, then hopefully by that time you have found the attorney that you want to hire. If not, then you can apply again for a court-appointed counsel. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right. Good luck to you.
Thanks.
Hey, Your Honor, we got a little bit out of order. Mr. Bryant is next.
Okay. No worries. All right, sir. Can you tell me your full name?
Xavier Bryant.
All right, Mr. Bryant, you are charged with 1 count of criminal trespass, which is a misdemeanor. Give me just 1 second. Yes. Okay. I don't have a stay away provision from the person, but I do have stay away from the incident location. I know that this is an unusual case, meaning that typically when I see something like this, it's usually some type of violence or anything, but that's not the allegation against you. The only allegation is that that person who stays there just doesn't want you to go back. Okay. Do you have anything there that you need to get? Do you have personal belongings there? Okay.
Yes.
So I want you to pay attention to me very clearly. Okay. I'm going to put as part of your bond that you can go back and get your stuff. Now, just like I told the young lady earlier, that doesn't mean that you just go up there by yourself and show up with a truck or a U-Haul and be like, I'm here to get my things. You need to go to the sheriff's department and say, hey, the judge gave me this paper saying that I can go get my stuff. I want you guys to go with me. They will go with you. They'll set up the time and you can go and get your stuff. But if they're not there with you, you can't go back, okay? All right, do you understand?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Now, you did not fill out your form, so I can only assume that you want to hire your own attorney. Is that true?
I feel that I said, public defender, I don't know.
Well, I don't have any information here, so do you want to have an attorney or do you want to hire your own?
I don't want to hire no attorney, no, it don't matter.
Okay, well, I need I need you to answer in 3 different ways. Either number 1, you say, I want to hire an attorney. Number 2, you say, I want you to appoint me one. Or number 3, you can say, I want to represent myself.
1, 2, and 3.
No,
No, you got to pick one.
You need to.
Oh my God, Judge, that is exactly the same way that we do it. I'm freaking out. We do it too, Judge. We vote too.
All right, then I need some questions. I need you to answer some questions then. You could have saved us all a bunch of time by doing this on the front end, but you didn't.
Is it by doing the what?
Filling out the form.
Are you currently employed?
I fill that form, I ain't.
Just be quiet and listen to the judge.
Are you currently employed or no?
I was just living in the woods.
I got you.
I'm employed by the forest people, Judge. The people that run the woods where I live.
You don't have any property. Are you married?
Nope.
Do you have any children?
2 boys and my son's still over there. My son is at the place.
I understand. Listen, you can have contact with the people there. I'm not saying that you can't have contact with them, but like, you just can't go there. Like, you can call them and say, hey, bring me my children. You can talk to your children. You can meet your children off that property. That's fine. But I don't know what kind of relationship you have going on with the people there, but they just don't want you back. Okay. Were you in the military previously? All right. All right. I'm going to appoint you an attorney. And like I said, your next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you're out on bond, you don't have to go to that court date. If you are still there, then your attorney at that point can negotiate your case further, or you can have a hearing. Do you have any other questions?
No, sir.
All right. Good luck to you.
Something's going on in this jail, man.
All right. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Daniel Curtis.
All right, Mr. Curtis. You are charged with 1 count of battery, which is a misdemeanor. Your bond is $2,000. 1 count of pandering, prostitution. It's a misdemeanor. Your bond is $1,000. And then 1 count of giving a false name. The bond is $1,000. Your total bond is $4,000. Okay. The only special condition of your bond is to not have any contact with Miss Miara Davenport. Do you know her outside of this incident?
No, not really.
Gotcha.
A friend.
Sure. Understood. Well, In that case, there's no reason that you should be having any contact with her. So just make sure that you don't. All right. Do you want me to appoint an attorney for you, or do you want to hire your own?
Yeah, I'll have you appoint an attorney.
Okay. All right. I'll do that for you. Your next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you bond out, then you do not have to go to that court date. Just make sure that they have a good address and telephone number and all that stuff for you so you don't miss your next court date. If you are still there, then on June the 14th, your attorney will be able to negotiate with the state, and they can negotiate your case further or even have a hearing. All right. Do you have any questions?
No, no question.
Okay. All right. Good luck to you. All right. What's your name, sir?
Krishan Farrell.
All right, Mr. Farrell. You are charged with 1 count of driving under the influence. Your bond is $2,500. Prohibited parking, $500, and open container, $500. So your total bond is $3,500. All of those are misdemeanors. So your next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you bond out, then you don't have to go to that court date. If you don't, then the attorney there can negotiate your case further, or you can have a hearing. Now, you did not fill out your form for a court-appointed attorney, so do you want to, I can only assume that you want to hire your own.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Then you are more than welcome to do that. All right. Do you have any questions?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay. All right. Good luck to you.
I'm just going to be honest with you. I know probably I have to say that if you find me the article, send it to me. I guarantee you there was something else with it. The Canadian driver's license is valid in most United States. I used it in Texas when I went and rented a vehicle there. I'm pretty positive if they wouldn't accept it as a driver's license, they wouldn't have let me rent a vehicle.
What's your name, sir?
Juan Antonio Gibson.
All right. Mr. Gibson, you were charged with criminal trespass, which is a misdemeanor. Your bond is $3,000. And then another count of criminal trespass, your bond is $2,000. So your total bond is $5,000. They're both misdemeanor charges, okay? Now, you do have some special conditions as part of your bond. Number one, that you cannot have any contact to Michelle Gibson. Who is that to you?
That's my mother.
Okay. All right. So,
we ride polar bears, Daylight. It's obvious. But the polar bears can't handle it down in the south. So that's why we have to use our driver's licenses in cars. But normally, yeah, we're on polar bears up here. They're very, very good at direction. So I can understand a little bit because as a Canadian driver, you really don't do a lot of driving. The polar bears do most of it. So, I do understand the concern. Probably it's hard to get that through to people, but maybe that's changed. It's changed.
I know it's very difficult, but until your case is either resolved or your bond conditions change, you can't have any contact. And just like I told the gentleman, a couple people before you, that means calling, texting, Instagram, whatever you can think of, don't do it, okay? For right now, until your bond conditions change, just pretend like your mother doesn't exist, all right? Also, you're not allowed to go back to 5263 Chantilly Terrace. Is that where you were living at? Okay. Do you have things that you want to get from that address?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I don't know if you heard me tell the other people, but I'm putting it in there that you're allowed to go back, but you have to do it with the sheriff's department. Okay. You can't just show up with a piece of paper saying that the judge told me I could come up in here. Like, no, make sure you do it the legal way. Make sure you do it the right way so you don't end up in any more trouble. Okay. If you go back there without the sheriff's department, then you could end up back where you are right now and not get a bond. Okay. Your next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you bond out, you don't have to go to that court date. If you are still there at the Clayton County Jail, then what will happen is the attorney will meet with you and they can negotiate your case even further, or you can have a hearing. Now, do you want to hire your own attorney, or do you want me to appoint one for you?
Yes, I voted one.
Okay. All right. Well, I will do that. I will do that for you, and you'll get a copy of this, of your bond order. Okay. All right. Do you have any questions? All right. Good luck.
Thank you, Monica. I thought that.
All right. What's your name?
Carl Griffin.
All right, Mr. Griffin. It says criminal damage in the second degree. That's usually a felony, but they have it as a misdemeanor, so I'm just going to roll with it as a misdemeanor. I don't know if it gets to the solicitor's office, if they'll change that, but either way, your bond is $2,500. Okay. Now, I do have some special conditions as part of your bond. Number one is to not have any contact with either Kayana or Kenya Johnson. Okay. Who is that to you?
That's my baby. I have no info. That's my baby mom.
Okay. Just listen to me. Okay. This isn't forever. This is until the bond conditions are changed by another judge or your case is resolved. If you have an attorney, they can approach the prosecutor's office and ask them to change it, or they can file a motion to change it. But until that time, okay, until that time, no calling, texting, instant messaging, WhatsApp, Snapchat, whatever it is that you could think of, and be creative, because if you do that, guess what? You could be charged with something a lot more serious, and then you end up here again with felonies and then not getting a bond. So I assume that you don't want to be back here, correct? All right. I assume that you like your freedom just like I do. So until a judge signs something that says you can have contact with her, just pretend like she does not exist. You can still have contact with your children. That's not a problem, but just not with her. In addition, you can't go back to 2855 Woodfield Drive in Rex. Is that where you were living at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, I'm going to allow you to go back and get your stuff. Okay. Now, just like I told the guy before you, don't just show up unannounced with a piece of paper saying, "Here I am." That's not how you got to do it. You have to go through the sheriff's department. So when you bond out, take them a copy of what I'm signing, and then they'll schedule it and you can go with them. If you go without them, again, you're just inviting more trouble upon yourself because you could end up back here without a bond. Okay, do you understand? All right, your next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you bond out, then you don't have to go to that court date. If you're still there at the Clayton County Jail, then the lawyer there will meet with the prosecutor's office and they can negotiate your case further. All right. Or you can have a hearing. Now it says here you want me to appoint an attorney for you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Then I will do so. All right. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right. Good luck. What's your name, sir?
Marius Cox Jones.
Got it. All right, Mr. Jones, you are charged with one felony, one count of violation of Georgia Controlled Substances Act and one count of obstruction of an officer. I am dismissing both your charges. Okay. Now,
It's the big D.
hear me out. Listen, that doesn't mean that later on that that officers or the state can't bring it back, because they can. Okay. I'm basing my decision on what I have in front of me, and what I have in front of me is not sufficient for you to continue to stay locked up and have these charges moving forward. Okay. That doesn't mean that you didn't do it. That doesn't mean that you did do it. It just means that they didn't give me enough information and I'm not going to put my name on it. Okay. Now,
Sure.
Now,
Fuck yeah, Judge.
whatever it is that led up to this, I don't know, and it's none of my business, but you just need to make sure that you're a grown adult, you're a grown man, you need to act accordingly. And like I said, I have no idea whether they're going to try to bring these charges back or not. Okay, so it could happen, I don't know, but I'm dismissing it. It's going to take some time for me to go through the other people and finish up this paperwork, but I'll submit the order and then the jail will process it. All right. Do you have any questions?
Yes, sir. Will this be processed today?
I mean, it's 11:45. I plan on getting all the paperwork to them by 1 o'clock.
Okay.
So
Yes, sir.
look, it takes time, man. It takes time. But I'm signing the order in about 25 to 45 minutes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good luck to you.
I'm serious. I love the dismissal. He's like, no, no, no.
All right, sir. What is your name? All right. You are charged with 1 count of burglary. The bond is $15,000, and 1 count of possession of tools during the commission of a felony. The bond is $5,000. Your total bond is $20,000. In addition, you're not to have any contact with Pamela Parks. I'm assuming that you don't even know who that is, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. Also, to not go upon the property located at 9746 Brown Road. Is that where you were living at, or that's a different location?
Location.
Okay. All right. Well, just don't go back to that residence. Do you understand?
Sir, can I ask you a question?
In 1 moment. Your next court date is going to be June the 13th. If you have bonded out, then you do not need to go to that court date. If you're still in the Clayton County Jail, then your attorney can negotiate your case further, or you can have a hearing. Now, what is your question?
Take care of 2 elderly parents, and I was just wondering if there's any kind of way I can get an adjustment on my bond. Because my father's just been bedridden, and my mother's had a hip surgery, and they can't really get around there on 4.5 acres.
So one of the things that the attorney can do on the 14th, if you're not already bonded out, is they can ask the prosecutors to negotiate with your bond. But as for today, the bond is what it is. Okay. Now it says here you want me to appoint an attorney for you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I will do that. All right. Do you have any other questions?
My bond is 20,000
Total
total.
of 20,000. That's right.
No other questions.
All right. Good luck to you. All right, sir. Tell me your full name.
Jacob Gonzalez.
All right, Mr. Ollis. Your only charge is involuntary manslaughter, and I don't have obviously all the information. I only have limited information, and I understand your predicament. I know it's things just kind of happen, unfortunately. It's unfortunate. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. At this time, I can't issue a bond. I'm not going to issue a bond. That doesn't mean that in the future, your court date the next court date is on June the 13th. So it's it's little less than 2 weeks away. Again,
Yeah, job, man.
I understand. Listen, my job is to be impartial, and I just have to kind of look at things as the way they are. I don't particularly like it or dislike it any more than every single person that comes in front of me. And I understand, I get it. I read it, and I've seen these cases before, and it's just unfortunate. Do you want me to appoint an attorney for you, or do you want to hire your own?
I ain't got no money.
All right.
Please.
All right. I'll appoint one for you, man. You know, again, next court date is going to be May the 13th. They can definitely speak with the district attorney's office about that and you know, see what they can do. Either they can negotiate your case further or you can have a hearing on it. I don't know what the results of that hearing may be. Okay. All right. Do you have any other questions? All right. Good luck to you, sir. All right, sir. Can you tell me your full name?
Charles Joshua Roman, Your Honor.
All right, sir. You are charged with, looks like, 4 misdemeanors. First one is disorderly conduct. Your bond is $1,500. Simple assault. Your bond is $2,500. Obstruction is $500, and pedestrian and traffic is $500. So your total bond is $5,000. Okay. Now, special condition of your bond is to not have any contact with Oscar Gallegos. I'm assuming, do you even know who that person is?
I'm not quite aware who that person is. That an individual who dialed 911?
I'm not sure, but possibly. But the area where you were is, do you live over in that area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, you know, I would suggest to you to if and when you bond out, to just kind of stay in your area and not venture out into other people's area, because you know, I understand that you probably don't even know who this person is, but I don't know if you do or not. Okay. So if you find out who it is, just make sure you don't have any type of contact with them. All right. If you see them going your way, you go the opposite way. All right. Like I said, your total bond is $5,000. Next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you bond out, you don't have to go to that court date. If you're still in the Clayton County Jail, then the attorney that you have can either negotiate your case further or you can have a hearing. Now, do you want to hire your own attorney, or do you want me to appoint one for you?
At the moment, I would like to take the court appointed and possibly will.
Okay,
Equip later.
that's fine. If you want to do that, I don't have an issue with it. All right, so your next court date is going to be June the 14th. Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, sir, can you tell me your name?
Jason Sanders.
All right, Mr. Sanders, you are charged with 1 count of disorderly conduct. Your bond is $1,500. 1 count of assault. Your bond is $3,500, and then 1 count of aggravated assault. At this time, I'm not going to grant a bond. Oh, I'm sorry, not aggravated assault, aggravated stalking, not aggravated assault. All right. At this time, I'm not going to grant a bond on that charge. Your next court date is going to be June the 13th. And do you want to hire your own attorney, or do you want me to appoint one for you?
Appoint one.
Okay, then I will do that for you. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
All right, good luck to you, sir. All right, sir, can you tell me your name, please?
Marcus Singletary.
All right, Mr. Singletary, you are charged with 1 count of battery. The bond is $4,000. You do have special conditions of the bond. All right. You're not to have any contact with Venice. I'm not sure how you say that name. V-Y-N-I-S-E, Young. Who is that to you?
She's mother of my child.
Okay. All right. So just like you've heard me tell the other gentlemen and other people, like, as of right now, that person doesn't exist in your world. Okay. So phone Twitter, DMs, WhatsApp, none of that stuff, okay? Also, you're not to return to the property of 6426 Woodstone Terrace in Morrow. Is that where you are living?
That's my house.
Okay, is she staying there?
Yeah, she there now.
Okay, well. Then I assume that you want to be able to get your stuff from that location, correct?
Yes, but how would it work if my name on the lease? I rent that property.
Get my stuff, sir. He's like, I want to go to my house. That's hilarious. This happens all too often, guys. You know that is true. I'm gonna pop up down here. I am listening. I am so happy with all the things I see in the chat. What a day. What a lovely day. I love y'all. If you're new here, welcome. I'm Kitchen Court Cases. We're watching Bond Court. We play games. There's lots of fun. Ask any questions. I'm making dinner.
But they wouldn't give me a chance to talk.
Yeah, I hear you, and you know, it's not an easy situation because this is not an evidentiary hearing, right? Like I can't say, hey, Mr. Singletary, show me the proof that that's your residence, and I can act and I can do it. You know, I'm limited on what I have in front of me. You understand? But you can always file your own motion to have the bond reconsidered. You can have the attorney file a motion to have the bond reconsidered. There are ways of going about doing it. I'm not saying it's the fastest, but there are ways of going about doing it. And then at that point, you can present the evidence saying that this is my property. I'm the one on the lease. You know, these other people need to get out of my spot. Okay. But unfortunately, I don't have it here, and this isn't the place for it. Okay. So just like I told everybody else, I can put on here that you can go back and get your stuff. In the meantime, just make sure you do it the legal way and that you go through the sheriff's department. Don't just show up with a piece of paper saying this is my lease and the judge said I can come get my stuff, because until somebody changes this bond order, you're not supposed to be at that residence. Okay. So just make sure you do it the legal way. I don't want you to come back, and I assume that you don't want to come back on more serious charges where you don't get a bond. You know, that's not good for anybody. Okay. All right. Like I said, the total bond is $4,000. Your next court date is going to be June the 14th. All right. So if you bond out, you don't have to go to that court date. If you're still there at the Clayton County Jail, then the attorney can either negotiate your case further and they can talk about the bond conditions, or you can have a hearing. Now, you didn't fill out your form, so I can only assume that you want to hire your own attorney. Is that correct? Okay. Do you want me to appoint one for you? Okay, well, I need you to tell me, do you want to hire your own or do you want me to appoint one?
I don't know how it works because I don't come to jail.
What's that?
You want a free lawyer or you want to pay for your own lawyer?
I pay for one.
Okay. All right, you want to hire?
What is going on down there? I know that's not twerking. I'm right in the middle of something. I got a very polite, I'm going to say this, it was very polite request from one of my customers in the kitchen today. P.S. There is one customer in the kitchen. It is my daughter. To try really hard not to burn the potato wedges. Apparently yesterday they were a little well done. So I think that's more what she's looking for, less done. Okay. But now I need to cut up all the accoutrement with that. The lighting's crazy. Okay. Let's continue. I'm so glad you all are here. 11.5. What is the volume of a heptagonal pyramid below? Sashina, I fucking lost. I failed math many times. I don't understand most of the words there.
Hire your own attorney. Very good. You're more than welcome to do that. All right. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right. Good luck. All right, sir. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Warren Stewart.
All right, Mr. Stewart. You are charged with, let's see, 5 misdemeanors, all traffic violations. The first count of no license on person, bond is 500. No brake light, 500. Defective headlight, 500. Open container, I'm sorry, 500, and DUI 3,000. So your total bond is $5,000. Okay. They're all misdemeanors. Your next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you bond out, you don't have to go to that court date. If you do, if you bond out, you don't have to go. If you do not bond out, then you can have the lawyer negotiate your case further, or you can have a hearing. Do you want to hire your own attorney, or do you want me to appoint one for you?
I'll take a court-appointed lawyer.
Okay, very good. Then I will do that for you. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, good luck to you.
Appreciate it.
All right, that's all that I have.
Your Honor, we have one add-on, Mr. Bruce.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Should be Anthony Richard Bruce.
All right, I have the bond form. I have this. I don't have the committal documents. Can someone email those to me real quick?
You said number 4? Yeah, he said the committal document.
I don't have the warrant.
Okay. Okay, we have our supervisor's going to get that for you, Your Honor.
Okay, just go ahead and do that, and I'll be happy to take care of Mr. Bruce. What's his, let me see here.
Don't worry, we got another one coming. And there seems to
What's
be
his
another
LE
like
number? Well, actually. Yeah, Deputy, you got his LE number?
Yes, sir. His LE number is 000
Mhm.
2236. 3 zeros and then 2236.
Got it. Oh, it looks like his bond is already set. I just need to confirm if I'm gonna approve the warrant or not.
Okay. Let me see if I have the committal. They emailed me something here.
Okay.
Nope, don't have it on here. He was an add-on.
I burnt the bun, guys. I'm fucked.
I got my supervisor going to get the committal, sir. He was an add-on, not sent to me.
Okay, that's fine. Let me get Mr. Bruce in front of me, please. Mr. Bruce. All right, Mr. Bruce, you're charged with 1 count of violation of Georgia Controlled Substances Act. Your bond is
Can somebody
already
get him a
set at
step?
$10,000. I just need to review the warrant to see whether I'm going to approve it or whether I'm going to dismiss that charge. Okay. I don't know if it's a felony or a misdemeanor. Do you? So I just need to take a look at that, because either your next court date will be June the 14th or it'll be June the 13th, depending on if it's a misdemeanor or felony. With that being said, do you want to hire your own attorney, or do you want me to appoint one for you?
Of course, cheese.
Okay, then I will do that. So just hang tight for a few minutes so I can get that paperwork, and then I'll let you know whether it's going to be a misdemeanor or felony and whether it's going to be dismissed or go forward. Okay.
John, I had several charges.
Well, then I just need to see what's going on, because I don't have any of your paperwork. You were just added on.
The judge does not give the big D without the proper paperwork first, guys.
Also, Your Honor, I have a court date June the 1st.
Okay. Where?
Here.
Well,
And there,
if you're still there, then somebody will take you over there as long as they know that you're there.
yes.
I'll say what you put. Oh, you got,
I'm all distracted now. He is flirting with me. He's always flirting with me.
Public interest.
I think we should be clear. I believe the judge has a bona fide medical problem. He is not with his eyes. I love him so much, though. Like, I would love to talk with this judge. I would love to. Oh, I would love to smoke a joint with him. Yeah, I'll show him my beaver if that's what it takes. Okay, I'll do the first part, Courtney. You can take over that part.
Can I ask you a question, Your Honor?
Is it related to your charges, your bond amount, or your next court date?
I just wondered why it took this long to get a first appearance. They're locked up to May 22nd.
No, sir. No, sir.
I don't have anything to do with that, sir.
Sashina, we are not going to do your math homework for you because we don't know how. Sashina, could you please put court-related math questions in future tests? Like, if you are arrested for 4 charges that each have a $1,500 standard bond, but the judge dismisses one of those charges and you go through a bond company, what percentage would you pay?
All right, we'll go and recess for a moment until I get that paperwork.
Okay, Your Honor.
Have a good time, Sashina, at the awards thing. I know you guys know it's 10%, but the kids don't know it's math, for fuck's sakes. They're not giving me flashbacks because I never did any math. I wasn't worried about failing. I just figured I would fail and I did. Failed so many times. I think I failed math. Was it math 9 or math 10? I failed 3 tries while working at a bank as the head teller, ordering $500,000 of money and being in charge of that, but failing math. It was why I wasn't worried. I was like, you think I'm not going to go anywhere in life? Bitch, I've already seen your bank account. You're not going anywhere in life. Oh, he does come back. Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
disregard, sir. He already been through first appearance already, and he shouldn't have been an add-on at all.
Oh, okay, perfect. Well, then that's all that I have.
All right, thank you, sir. You have a wonderful day, sir.
All right, thank you. You all be safe. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. You all be safe. We're ready for our next episode. Give me 1 minute. I will get it there. 1 second. Yes, I was on a Kitboga kick last night. I love Kitboga. I personally think it would be amazing for me and Mikey to live scam bait people, like scammers. I think that would be, actually, that's a dream. That's one of my dreams.
Still up. Yeah, still up.
Honestly, Courtney, the only reason I don't do that already in a way is because I'm not set up properly with a virtual computer in order to be able to safely do it. I'm smart enough to know I'm too stupid to set that up myself. So I would need to be like in conjunction with somebody that is handling that part of it. But I would be happy to spend all fucking day on a phone call screwing around with somebody all day.
Okay. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is June the 2nd, 2022. The time is 10:31 a.m. This is Clayton County Magistrate Court First Appeal.
Amanda, that might be a little weird, but I want you to keep in mind that all of us right now are currently watching court. I'm not going to presume to ask why you guys are watching court, but I know it makes me feel better. And a lot of people think that's weird. So I don't judge. As long as you ain't hurting anybody that can't consent to being hurt.
Appearance. I'm Judge Daniel Nagel. Before we begin the hearing, I need
Donna, don't be ashamed of that or embarrassed. And I'm so sorry. And that is actually why I want to do it with Mikey, and I want to do it for the people that watch our channels. Our metrics are that the viewers are older people. They are they're the possibly people that will get scammed. But I'll tell you something, my best friend who is in her 30s got scammed as well. She went down and bought gift cards. Now, to me, hopefully to you, that sounds really silly. It didn't to her. And I felt really bad. I've told this before. The most effective, immediate determination to figure out if a scam is a scam for you or not, if you've received a phone call, is to start swearing at the person. And if they swear at you, if they escalate with you, that's a scam. Okay. People that work for real companies like that, they don't do that. So that's a really good way to deal with it. I cannot convince any of my grandma's friends to do that. They're too polite. But seriously, if somebody's on the phone with you and they're trying to scam you, and you just go, fuck you. Literally, if they'll start to swear at you. They're not even going to play they just default into it. And it's a great, way to pull them out. If they ask for money, but the reality is, even Nana the other day was like, oh, Ups called me. I was like, Ups? What are you talking about? She's like, Ups called. And I was like, about what? And she said, about a package. Did you order something? I said, Ups? UPS? She said, yeah. I said, oh my fuck. Okay, first of all, I don't think it's called Ups. Did they call it Ups when they called you, Nana? Because that's a great red flag.
Need everyone to do a couple things for me. Number one is I need everyone to please raise your right hand. All right. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence or statement that you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Oh, Donna, I'm so sorry about that. I want to make it really clear to anybody here. If you have a situation like that where you're concerned, you don't know what the deal is, come find one of us, okay? Go to Discord, go to one of the chats, go to somewhere on here before you deal with it. Absolutely nothing is time sensitive that you can't do that. And I promise you somebody from this community will help you to determine if it's real or not. And guess what? If it is real, they're not going to mind you taking the time to sort that out, okay? I just want everybody to know that you shouldn't feel embarrassed or worried or ashamed that you might not know this. These people are absolutely skilled at finding people to deal with. And the worst part is, once you've been scammed once, there's a great likelihood that you will be continued to scam. And so I just want everybody to know that here is a place where fucking give me their phone number and we will have some fun.
All right, you may put your hand down. This morning is an informative hearing. It is not going to be an evidentiary hearing. And what I mean by that is this: I'm going to speak with each one of you individually. We are going to go over a couple of things. We are going to go over your charges. We're going to go over if any charges are being dismissed. We're going to go over whether those charges are misdemeanors or felonies. We're then going to go over bond amounts if a bond is being set. Some of you may have special conditions.
Arbitrary hubris is right. Our scams is a great place to look for it. The people that need that help are never going to go onto Reddit. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to navigate to that subreddit and figure it out. That's why I'm being totally honest. If anybody in this community, any of your friends in this community or any of your friends in real life, if you're going to lunch with a friend who mentioned something like this and you're not sure, come to us. We're around. We're on Discord. We're here. And yes, we will help you sort it out. It is really, really, really important that you reach out to the older people in your life and explain to them that if they receive a phone call about something, anything to do with that, or, really any incoming phone call from a company is not likely, Courtney, you're kidding, right? But if you're not, that's what I mean.
Of your bond. The most common types of special conditions are a stay away provision from a certain person, a no violent contact provision, and a stay away from a certain location. I will address each one of those with you on an individual basis, okay? But it's very important that you take note of your special conditions, because if you violate your bond, you could end up back at the Clayton County Jail facing more charges, potentially more severe charges, and not getting a bond on those. So it's very important that you listen to the special conditions. You will receive a copy of your paperwork and it will be written down for you, but it's important for you to know what your bond is going to be and if there are any conditions attached to it. We will then go over your next court date, whether that's a preliminary hearing or potentially an arraignment. If you bond out of jail, you do not have to attend your preliminary hearing court date. Okay. If you're still in the Clayton County Jail, by the time your preliminary hearing court date arrives, you will have an opportunity to speak with your lawyer, either one that you choose to hire or one that is appointed to you, and they can negotiate your case further, or they can negotiate a possible bond reduction or a bond modification. Today is not a time for you to tell me why you are falsely arrested, why the police officers have it wrong, why the witnesses are lying, or any other defense that you may have. This is being live streamed on YouTube. So anything that you say can and may be used against you later on down the road, because the prosecution does have access to this if they choose to go back and watch it. So please do yourself a favor and do not talk to me about the facts of your specific case. All right. You still have all your constitutional rights. You have the right for an attorney. And if you cannot afford one, then I will be happy to appoint one for you. All of you were given the paperwork to apply for court-appointed counsel. If you did not fill it out, if you refuse to do so, then I can only assume that you want to hire your own attorney. If later on down the road that you decide that you want to have a court-appointed attorney, you can then go through the steps to do so. And if you change your mind. Likewise, if you applied for a court-appointed attorney and later on down the road you want to hire your own attorney, you can also go and do that. Just make sure that they know to file the correct paperwork with the court so that the prosecutor's office in the court knows that you're going to be represented by an attorney. All right. Again, I'm going to allow you to ask a question at the end of when I'm done giving you the information that I need to give you. However, the questions that you should be asking are pretty much limited to: what are my charges? When is my next court date? What is my bond? And do I have any special conditions of my bond? If you have any other type of question, I'm probably not going to be able to help you. I don't control how quickly paperwork is processed. I don't know what bonding company you can use, should use, or would want to use. I don't know the steps to that. The only thing that I can tell you is that typically if you pay a bond, it's somewhere around 50. If you go through a bonding company, it's somewhere between 15 and 20%. Or you can have yourself or a friend or a loved one go directly to the sheriff's office and they can deal with them on getting you bonded out if you have a bond. So if it goes beyond your next court date, your charges or your special conditions, I'm probably not going to be able to answer your question. And you probably don't want to ask me that question because, again, anything that you say could potentially be used against you. So if the paperwork will be submitted shortly after the hearing concludes. If there are charges that are going to be dismissed against you, it doesn't mean that they're going to be dismissed forever. The prosecutor's office could choose to bring charges back. If a charge or a case is being dismissed against you, it merely means that I did not have enough evidence to proceed with the charges against you. What the DA's office or the solicitor's office does later on down the road, I can't control it. Maybe there's more evidence, maybe not. I don't know. But I have to make my decision based on the evidence that's in front of me. So some of you may have some or all of your charges dismissed, but just understand that if law enforcement chooses to either reinvestigate or resubmit more evidence, that those charges may come back. I'm not saying that they will, I'm just saying that they could. All right. With that being said, let's go ahead and get Mr. Elroy John, and then we'll do the females after him.
Do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself about, and that's what it's all about.
All right, sir, can you please tell me your full name, please?
Elroy Leon John.
All right, Mr. John, it's my understanding that you're represented by Mr. Thomas Florio. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Florio, he is charged with 1 count of aggravated battery and 1 count of burglary. Is there anything that you want to say on his behalf?
Yes, Your Honor. Previously, earlier this morning, Judge, we submitted as an exhibit a Georgia lease agreement at Arbor Gardens Apartments. Your Honor, this would be the address where police allege that this aggravated battery occurred. For the court's record, Mr. Elroy Leon John is identified as a leaseholder at the unit where this alleged incident occurred. And I know the court, as a former prosecutor and defense attorney, is extremely familiar with the burglary statute. But the burglary statute, Your Honor, does say a person commits the offense of burglary in the first degree when without authority and with the intent to commit a felony. And so I don't think we get past the first prong of the without authority when Mr. John is alleged to have committed a crime inside of his own apartment. Your Honor, we would ask that the court dismiss the burglary warrant against Mr. John. As far as the aggravated battery goes, Mr. John and I have already begun to develop defenses for that. I think that the warrant is legally sufficient to get past today's hearing, although I think Mr. John and I both agree that we have great defenses for beating this case in the near future. But I don't think that there's enough evidence this morning for the burglary warrant to stand, and we would respectfully ask that the burglary warrant be dismissed. With respect to bond, Your Honor, Mr. John has minimal criminal history. This is his first and only felony arrest in life. I think the totality of his criminal history, maybe one prior misdemeanor for a DUI. He's lived in the Atlanta area for 25 years now. He has 3 children, all of whom reside with him in Clayton County. He is a lawful U.S. citizen. He has a work permit to be in the United States. While he's not a U.S. citizen, he is lawfully here in the United States. And so we would ask that bond be set in this matter in the court's discretion.
All right, Mr. Florio, does your client still reside at that address?
Judge, he does. We understand, and he and I have talked about the fact that there will more than likely be a condition of his bond that he not return to that address, which is fine. He also, Judge, has actually taken steps to terminate his lease. And so we have, in full candor, Judge, he has no plans on returning back to the incident location. But we expect that that'll be a condition of his bond.
Okay. Mr. Florio, do you know if the alleged victim in this case still stays at that residence as well?
I don't believe so, Judge. I think the allegation is that Mr. John came home and found his fiance in bed with another man. There was a mutual hand-to-hand combat between Mr. John and the alleged victim, the other man. And the allegation is that Mr. John fell on the other man and the other man's leg was broken. So he is not a resident of that home. He has no lawful right to be inside that home.
Judge, just wait a moment here. We're going to have to break this down a little bit. That is a very, very interesting way of explaining how it was a total accident. I mean, it was almost, he like tripped and fell on his leg almost, really. Barely anything to do with his dick being inside of his wife or girlfriend. I bet that didn't even come up, you know? They're like, God, let's wrestle a little bit, man. I love it.
Okay. Mr. John, do you have a place that you can say that's not the address of where this took place?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. And does the woman involved, does she still live at that apartment complex?
Yes, Your Honor, I think so.
Okay. All right. Well.
So he dated a neighbor,
Mr. John,
or?
I did receive the paperwork that Mr. Florio sent over, and I will say that barring that, there would have been enough evidence to have both charges kept. But if I look at the statute, you can't burglarize your own house or your own place where you're legally entitled to be. So, but for that, I would have kept both charges. But given the evidence that Mr. Florio has, I will grant the request and dismiss the burglary charge. As I stated earlier, it doesn't mean that the state can't later on go, if they have other information, I don't know what it could be, that they could either indict or accuse that charge, but I don't have enough evidence to continue that particular charge. Now, as it relates to the aggravated battery, I will set a bond on that particular charge. The bond amount is going to be $5,000. Okay. there are going to be special conditions of your bond. So I know that Mr. Florio will go over this. It's in the paperwork itself, but I want you to pay attention. You are not to have any contact with Brian Goodwin. Now,
or his leg.
is that somebody that you know, or is that just like a random person to you?
No, I don't know him.
Okay, good. Well, as far as it goes, continue to not know him, and that person doesn't exist in your life as long as this bond condition is in place. That means you can't make contact, telephone, computer, Skype, Twitter, smoke signal, carrier pigeon, whatever method that you think that you could be slick and have contact. Please don't do it, because you could end up with more charges here and without a bond, okay? And that includes talking to the female and having her pass along messages and things like that. So this person does not exist in your life until your case is resolved or this bond is modified. Also, you know, it's difficult because that is your place, but you do have another place to go and stay. And so I think it's best to just not return to that location. So do you have any belongings that you need to get from that location, sir?
No, I already had to get all my stuff out.
Okay, perfect. Well, then there's no reason for you to be over there. Okay, so just don't go back to that location, 5503 Riverdale Road, apartment 3D. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
3D.
All right.
There was
Your next
2Ds
court
and it
date
wasn't good.
is going to be June the 13th for a preliminary hearing. If you bond out, then you do not have to attend that court date. And since you have Mr. Florio, I'm sure he'll keep you apprised of when your next court date is going to be. Do you have any, Mr. John, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Florio, anything else for you, sir?
No, sir, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Very good. Well, then I will draft the order dismissing that one particular charge and submit the bond paperwork to the Sheriff's Department shortly after the conclusion of this hearing.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Mr. John. Good luck to you. Mr. Florio, if that's it, then we'll see you later, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a good day, sir.
All right. You too.
Yeah, and also no banging so why? Okay, hold on. I have a question. I think I know the answer, and it's not as funny as I think, but they are doing that dude by himself. Do you think because they're afraid he'll break any other guy's legs by accident, or because he has a lawyer? Probably because he has a lawyer.
All right, ma'am. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Mia Imani Cabell.
All right. Give me just one moment, please. All right, Ms. Cabell, you are charged with one count of criminal damage in the second degree. Hold on one moment.
Do you need Larry to help with the paperwork?
Paperwork here.
It's almost not funny, but it is funny. It's because every time.
All right. Well, Mr. Bell, give me 1 second. I'm trying to find your paperwork. If not, I have to reprint it. Okay. Give me 1 moment. I'm going to go over a couple things with you while that's pending. Okay. So your bond in this case. Oh, here we go. It's just 1 page. All right.
He found it. He found it, Larry. You can back off now. Also, guys, I'm already sending smoke signals from Canada from the fires. I think actually that's why people are getting confused. They're misinterpreting the signals.
Your bond is $2,500. All right. You're not to have any contact with Ryan Brown, who is that to you?
My baby's father.
Okay, all right. Do you guys live at the same address?
No.
Okay, the address of 6668, Building J, apartment 113. Who's, actually, what's the address of where you live?
Just the address.
What's the name of the road?
Mount Zion.
Mount Zion? Okay, got it. All right, but he does not live there?
No.
Okay, all right. So because he doesn't live there, I don't need you to stay away from that incident location, okay? But just do not have any contact with him. That means in person or via telephone or internet or any other way that you could think of. So as of right now, until your case is resolved or this bond order is changed, Mr. Ryan Brown doesn't exist in your life, okay? You can still have contact with family members and things like that, but just not him. So don't pass any messages along to anybody else to tell him something on your behalf, okay? Your next court date is going to be June the 13th, all right? If you bond out, you do not have to go to that court date, all right? If you do bond out, then you'll have an opportunity to speak with a lawyer and they can negotiate your case further, or they can request that your bond be modified or lowered, okay? You did fill out your court-appointed paperwork. Do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you? Okay, then I am going to do that. If you change your mind, that's fine later on down the road. Let's see. Do you have any questions about your case?
How much you said the bond was again?
$2,500.
Okay.
All right. Good luck to you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, Basement Gardener. Thank you so much. Remember to clock in for your shifts, folks. Also, med check, med check, med check. That means take your meds.
Tell me your name, please.
Elizabeth Olivares Garcia.
All right, Miss
In
Garcia,
Discord, it's
you
on
were charged with
YouTube.
one count.
I even called it twerking something or other. I think that was a funny one. Valentino's willing to tweak for Monica, which is actually more than I'm willing to do. I draw the line at meth use personally, Valentino, but I don't judge.
Count of criminal trespass. Based on the information that I have in front of me, I'm going to dismiss this case against you. Okay. It doesn't mean that later on down the road that law enforcement do more investigation or provide more evidence for another judge, but I don't have enough to keep you on this. So I'm going to dismiss the case against you. Do you have any questions?
None whatsoever.
All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you. That's it.
I agree.
Look at this is
All
the
right, ma'am,
laundry
can you tell
room.
me your full name, please?
My name is Tatiana Green.
All right, Miss Green, give me just one moment. All right, Miss Green, you are charged with several charges. The more serious ones are felonies. So I'm going to go over each charge and what their bond amount is, okay? So for the no license, your bond is $1,000. That's a misdemeanor. For violation of Georgia Controlled Substances Act, the bond is $2,500. The other count of violation of Georgia Controlled Substances Act, the bond is $2,500. Financial transaction card theft is $2,000. And then all three counts of identity fraud, the bond is $2,000. So your total bond is $14,000. That's your total bond, okay? $14,000. Your next court date is going to be June the 13th at 8:30 a.m. via Zoom. That is your preliminary hearing date. If you are bond out, then you don't have to attend that court date. If you're not bonded out, you'll have an opportunity to speak with a lawyer, and then they can negotiate your case further, or they can try to work out a bond reduction or a bond modification. Now, you did not fill out your paperwork for the bond for the court appointed counsel. So do you want to hire your own attorney?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well,
The ratio is
I will
off
let you
in this
hire your own
county.
attorney. Do you have any other questions?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
One of the charges, the transaction card fraud, I'm not sure how to say it.
Sure.
The
I have that card right here, Judge. If I give it back to you right now, are we cool, or what is going on with her hands? I've never seen bandages like that. It looks like a boxing pre-wrap that you put under your gloves.
financial transaction on cards.
Okay.
The man that came and retrieved the vehicle and my child who I had to release to, they didn't ask me. That was the driver who, okay, I didn't have a license. So of course, the vehicle that I was driving,
You just admitted to a crime, ma'am.
It was my significant other's.
Got it.
He was to say that and retrieve his cards, which was his food stamp card and his identification.
Hey, Ms. Green, let me help you out, okay? I want you to understand something. Now is not the time to go over your defenses, okay? If you have defenses to the case, then you tell those to the lawyer. You don't announce it to me and announce it to the world that's being broadcast, okay? And I tell you that with respect, but I want to make sure that you protect yourself. So if you have defenses, and it sounds like you do, then let those be known to an attorney, okay? And then they can tell the state what your defenses are and use that to negotiate on your behalf, okay? Okay. All right. Do you have any other questions?
He means so well. I get very similar vibes to Judge Porter. They're both similarly, I think, appeal specific judges, or judges that are appellate trained and therefore very, very, very critical about looking at the paperwork. He doesn't want them to say things because he doesn't want to get them in any more trouble. He's really, really trying to help them. But people just, they can't listen. They can't listen. And I've pointed this out a million times, but I love it. And I'm keeping track. His bond conditions are really very nuanced to the person he's talking to. You can tell that he's looked at them. He's made a decision about what way he's going to, get them to hear what he thinks is the most likelihood that they'll do. And he said it in many different ways to many different people, different things. And I really appreciate that. I love Judge Manning's Stay Out of Fulton County. It's great. But it is a little bit impersonal in a way that I think this is different. I'm not saying that the bond conditions she issues shouldn't be issued. I'm saying that with the way he does it, I get the vibe that he is very much, checking and doing what he thinks is best for the situation. Ron Mitchell's just asked a question about polar bear rentals by the day or the hour. Well, Ron, we were talking about driver's licenses needed in the States. It is very tricky to get yourself a polar bear license. As an immigrant to Canada, took a long time. But so you can go with a group and they will take you on the polar bear rental, but you'll have to have a licensed driver with you. I think if you go to your local DMV though and ask about the special Canadian licensing for both dog sledding and polar bear riding, they actually should have an application form in your local DMV office.
All right. Good luck to you, Ms. Green. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry. No, you said you were going to hire an attorney. Very good. You've got your bond and you'll get a copy of your bond paperwork. All right. So, all right. Good luck.
Lagunas.
All right, can you tell me your full name, please?
Yes, it's Kirsten Brooke Lagunas.
All right, Ms. Lagunas, you are charged with 3 counts. The first count being obstruction of an officer, second one being simple battery, and the other one is public intoxication. They're all misdemeanor charges. I am going to dismiss the public intoxication charge against you. Just like I told everybody else, later on down the road, that charge may reappear. It may not, I'm not sure, but I don't have enough evidence in front of me for that charge to move forward, okay? For the other 2 charges, your bond is $1,000 each. The only other thing is don't violate the laws while you're out on bond, okay? Your next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you bond out, you do not have to attend that court date, all right? If you are still here in the Clayton County Jail, then you will have an opportunity to speak with an attorney and they can either negotiate your case further or ask for your bond to be reduced or modified. Now, do you want to have me appoint an attorney for you, or do you want to hire your own?
If you can appoint one for me.
Okay. Okay. All right, so I will do that. All right. Again, your bond amount is $2,000. I'm dismissing one of the charges against you. Do you have any other questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, all right, good luck to you.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, can you tell me your full name, please?
Yara Sadie Ryans.
Okay, I have Presley. Give me just a moment. All right, Ms. Ryans, you are charged with 1 count of simple battery. That is a misdemeanor, okay? I am going to grant a bond in this case. The bond amount is going to be $4,000, okay? Now, you do have special conditions as part of your bond. You are to not have any violent contact with Kendra Hamilton. Who is Kendra Hamilton to you?
My stepmother.
Your what?
My stepmother.
Okay.
Oh my God. Her eyes, honey, I've done that too. People used to tell me all the time, if you roll your eyes like that, they're gonna get stuck in your head. Oh no, she knew the first time. She said it under her breath miserably. We're gonna go back and watch it. My stepmother. Oh, watch. And I get it, except I don't, because I thought I had a horrible stepmother. I didn't. My stepmother is absolutely lovely. What a like seriously, genuinely lovely person, and never was horrible to me ever. I was just like preconditioned from Disney movies to be like, oh my God, my stepmother is going to be horrible. She's not. Love you, Barb.
I am going to grant a bond in this case. The bond amount is going to be $4,000. Okay. Now, you do have special conditions as part of your bond. You are to not have any violent contact with Kendra Hamilton. Who is Kendra Hamilton to you?
My stepmother.
Your what?
My stepmother.
Okay. So it looks here like you're 18 years old. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I imagine being 18 years old, there's a lot of things that you'd rather be doing than being at the Clayton County Jail and appearing in a court appearance like this. Am I correct?
Yes.
All right. So When I say no violent contact, what that means is no yelling, screaming, cussing, moving your body in a threatening manner, anything that would cause your stepmother to think that you are going to act in a violent way. Okay. Typically, in cases like this, it would typically result in me not allowing you to have any contact and kicking you out of that residence. However, you are 18 and it is your stepmother, and I understand that things can get heated between parents and children and stepchildren and things of that nature. So it's not lost on me, but this is not the place for you to start at 18 years old. Do you understand? Okay, so.
Okay, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. Sweetheart, life may be really difficult for you right now. It may be mean. Your stepmom might be a fucking bitch. She literally might be the absolute worst. This dude right here, you need to be able to, and this is something I didn't learn early. I didn't. It took me until my late 20s to figure out how to realize that not every single person is against you, and to be able to change my behavior based on who I'm talking to. And the attitude that you have with this man right here is not going to help you at all. And it's not impressing anybody. It doesn't help you. Like, it's such a difficult thing, though. She's 18, and let's imagine she's 18 and completely neurotypical. Fine, she's 18. She hasn't even developed all of her executive functioning skills, able to make decisions properly yet. If she has any sort of neuro divergence, she could be years behind that in terms of her impulsivity and maturity level development. And so I really am not trying to ride her too bad here. What I'm saying is I feel that. I get that. I was like that with my ADHD. This is what I looked like a lot with untreated ADHD. The eye rolling, the bad attitude, because I had learned to get dopamine from fighting and arguing, and that was the only way I got it.
Your bond is $4,000. Do not have any violent contact with Ms. Hamilton. If you bond out of jail, your court date of June the 14th, your preliminary hearing, you won't have to go to that, okay? If you do not bond out, then on the 14th, you'll be able to speak with an attorney and they can negotiate your case further, or they can ask to modify or change your bond. Do you want to hire your own attorney, or do you want me to appoint one for you? Okay. All right. I will do that for you. Do you have any other questions? You have to speak up.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Very good. Good luck to you.
Mr. President.
Presley? Yes.
You're
ready. Oh, I thought she said Can I move?
All right. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Jamila Presley.
All right, Ms. Presley, you are charged with one count of criminal trespass. The bond is going to be $3,000. Okay. You're to have no violent contact with Earlene Presley. Who is that to you?
Mama.
That's your mother?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just like I told the young lady, you're older than 18, correct?
I am.
And whether you're 18 or your age, I imagine that the Clayton County Jail is not a place that you want to frequent very often, correct?
No, sir.
Right. And so I understand that things with family can get heated and people can lose their temper, but at the same time, you have to handle yourself as an adult. There are laws that you have to abide by. And if things get out of hand, you can end up in a situation like you find yourself right now. And, you know, looking at everything that I've seen, this is not the place for you, Miss Presley. You know, you are a grown woman.
You are a Presley, destined for great things.
And so I don't want you to have any violent contact with your mother. That means no yelling, no screaming, no acting in a way that she would think that you are going to commit an act of violence or lose your cool. Do you understand?
What if she is violent with me?
I'm sorry?
What if she is violent with me?
Well, then there are laws that protect you. But that doesn't mean that if you think that that's a risk of happening, then you probably shouldn't go back there.
It's my
Okay?
house.
Listen, the restriction is on you. It's not on her. Okay? Now, whether that's fair in your opinion or not, you're the one before me, not her. So if you think that that's going to be an issue, then either you need to remove yourself from the situation, because if you get in another incident with your mother or anybody else, it's very likely you're not going to get a bond at all, and you're going to be there for a very long time. Do you understand?
Yes, Judge.
Right. So all the conditions are on you and nobody else. So you have to govern yourself accordingly. Your next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you bond out of jail, you do not need to appear for that court date. If you're still at the Clayton County Jail, you have an opportunity to speak with an attorney and they can negotiate your case further or ask for a bond modification. Do you want to hire your own attorney, or do you want me to appoint one for you?
Appoint one, please.
Okay. All right, I'm going to do so. Do you have any questions?
No, Judge.
Okay, all right, well, good luck to you. Ma'am, can you tell me your full name, please?
Melissa Nicole Stallings.
All right, Ms. Stallings. You are charged with 4 counts initially. One of them is a theft by receiving stolen property, 2 violation of Georgia Controlled Substances Act charges, and then 1 misdemeanor count of possession or use of a drug-related object. I am dismissing the theft by receiving stolen property charge against you. Just like I've said before, it doesn't mean that that charge is going to be dismissed forever. They could reopen the investigation, and later on that charge may come back. I don't know whether it will or not, but based on the evidence I have in front of me, I don't have enough evidence to move that particular charge forward. So that charge is going to get dismissed. However, the other charges on both
I mean it. Find me a judge who's dismissed more cases over a year that we've seen this guy do in a fucking month. I'm serious. I love it. If what worries me is this, okay? There's 2 things. Either he's right and the paperwork is just done absolute shite in this county, or let's imagine that he's the only one that does this, but this is what could be happening all over the place. But judges are just like lackadaisical and letting the state get away with shit paperwork. We've seen that so many times. So many times. Eventually it'll get tossed or dealt with, but I think this is so much more effective. And probably a huge reminder to, like, can you imagine? Why would you even bring these charges as the state's office, as a matter of fact? Think about it. How many fucking, again, the ongoing joke that we have is that he has snuck into the Clayton County Jail on the weekend. He stole a robe. They don't actually hold weekend court there. He has just figured it out, and he does all the paperwork. That's why he's so serious about the paperwork, because he found out that if the paperwork's done and it's on somebody's desk on a Monday, they don't even ask questions. He's been doing it for years now. He's not a judge. I'm obviously kidding, but that's what I like to dream. Sort of like that children's nursery tale where the shoemaker sneaks in the middle of the night and does all the work or something.
A violation of Georgia Controlled Substances Act charges, your bond is $2,500. And on the misdemeanor use or possession of a drug-related object, your bond is $1,000. So your total bond is $6,000. Okay.
Bye, Vicky. Thanks for coming.
Now, I understand that there are other people that were arrested in this incident. I would strongly encourage you not to have any contact with your co-defendants. It's not a condition of your bond, but you know, I don't know.
He had nothing to do with anything that was in the truck.
Don't tell me anything. I don't want to know about the facts.
That's what I mean, Valentino. These are somebody's got to figure it out. Where is Clayton County in relation to Fulton County? Are they beside each other? Are they contiguous counties? Are they contiguous counties? I need to know right now. Check.
The case. I'm just letting you know. All right. Your next court date is going to be June 13th. If you bond out of jail, then you do not have to appear for that court date. If you are still incarcerated, you'll have an opportunity to speak with an attorney and they can negotiate your case further or ask for a bond modification. Do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you?
Guys, we got a live police chase, Credence and Mikey.
Oh, yeah.
Also, yeah, Detective Rachel. For anybody that's new here, I have ADD. I fucking like watching the chases. I was always mad when I wasn't watching them. I'm putting it on. We'll come back to her. I should just send you over there. Probably. I'm trying to think of the proper etiquette on that. We'll finish her and then I'll think about it.
I will do that. Do you have any other questions?
No.
All right. Good luck to you.
Chase is over. Thank you, Monica. Just absolute, like, premature chasiation.
Am I good to go, sir?
Yes, you're good to go.
This is not Gwinnett. This is Clayton County.
All right. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Keishonda Stewart.
All right, Ms. Stewart, you were charged with one count of giving a false name, which is a misdemeanor. I did review your case and but for the evidence of having a pending charge in another location, I probably would have dismissed it, but it makes sense just given what they said, okay? That's not to say that this charge, you know, may be handled down the road differently, but I have enough evidence to move it forward, okay? The bond is $2,500, all right? It is a misdemeanor, so your next court date is June the 14th. If you bond out, then you don't have to attend that court date. If you're still incarcerated, either here or elsewhere, then they'll have to make arrangements for you to be brought over.
That's a very good question, MB. Gave a false name for what? I swear to God, I'm so thankful this judge is there to dismiss all these cases, mostly. I wish hers was, but seriously, another chase? Monica, are we joking? You guys are joking. That doesn't happen. Is it a polar bear chase? Is it on a polar bear? Okay, I'll put it back on.
While we're flying over to the next one. Oh, come on. All right, hold on, guys. Let me get this fixed. Hey, we're on it, though. Don't you worry. We're not going to miss this next one. No sirree, Bob. How's everybody doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. If you're just getting here, we are on our way to yet another pursuit. One more. Heading that way. There's some groovy music coming through my headphones. I don't know if you guys can hear it. 2 minutes out, they say.
2 minutes out.
We're gonna
Fine, we'll
wait.
watch the other one.
We're not going anywhere.
We are. We're gonna watch Big D for a minute. Don't worry, I'll make sure that we get to it when it's live. We're gonna go back to Big Date.
We're here, and then you can speak with an attorney as it relates to negotiating your case further or asking for a bond modification. Now, you did not fill out your paperwork, so I can only assume that you want to hire your own attorney. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have my own.
Okay. You want to hire your own attorney? That's fine. I mean, the reason why I say that is because you had an opportunity, a long opportunity to fill out. So if you wanted a court-appointed attorney, you could have done so. If you change your mind later on down the road, then you just let the courts know and they'll process you for court-appointed counsel. So your next court date is June the 14th. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, good luck.
So I have a warrant in a different county, so like how this gonna work? They're gonna have to wait till I get from here?
It could work with one of several ways. If you bond out, you may have a hold on you and they'll transfer you. If you don't bond out, at some point, whatever jurisdiction it is, if they want you, then they need to tell Clayton County they're going to come and get you. So the two counties just have to speak to each other.
Okay.
All right. All right, ma'am, can you tell me your full name, please?
Jasmine Williams.
All right, Miss Williams, you were charged with 1 count of criminal trespass, damage to property. Let's see. Okay. You do have a special condition of your bond to not have any contact with Ramel or Rommel Harris. Who is that to you?
Nobody.
Okay, well, whether previously or currently, y'all know each other, whatever the case may be, as of right now, that person doesn't exist in your world, okay? So if you violate your bond conditions, you could be brought back to the Clayton County Jail, face more charges, and then have no bond on the more serious charge. So, you know, again, whether you had a relationship with them or not, I don't know, doesn't matter to me. Just don't have any contact with them and don't pass along messages either through friends, family, or however you want to do it, because stuff always comes back around. Other than that, your next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you bond out, you do not have to go to that court date. If you do not bond out, then you'll have an opportunity to speak with an attorney and they can negotiate your case further, or they can ask for a bond modification. Do you want to hire your own attorney, or do you want to have a court-appointed attorney?
You can appoint me.
Okay. I will do that. Do you have any questions about your case or your next court date?
No. You said on
Okay.
the 14th, right?
Yes, ma'am. That is correct. All right. Well, good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, sir. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Raymond Aguirre.
All right, Mr. Aguirre. One moment.
Hold on, I gotta like the video. Feel free to go over there, guys.
All right, sorry about that, Mr. Aguirre. All right, Mr. Aguirre, you are charged with 2 misdemeanor counts. One of them is following too closely, and one of them is leaving the scene of an accident. They're both misdemeanors. On the following too closely, the bond is $500. On the hit and run, it's $1,500. So your total bond is $2,000. All right. Next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you bond out, you do not have to appear for that court date. If not, and you're still incarcerated, you'll have an opportunity to speak with a lawyer, and they can either negotiate your case further, or they can ask for some type of bond modification. Do you want to hire your own attorney, or do you want to have a court-appointed attorney?
Appointed attorney.
Okay. That's fine. I will do that for you, sir. Do you have any questions about your case?
No, sir.
Okay, very good. Good luck to you.
Angel.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, can you tell me your full name, please?
Ricky Lee Angel.
All right, Mr. Angel, this is a very old charge.
Mr. Angel, your mama was hopeful, or I guess that's your last name, but you don't look like an angel to me, sir. I'm sorry, that was sort of mean. It's not as easy to deal with how you look.
Kind of surprised that it came before me, but you were charged with one felony count of inmate in possession. The bond is $3,000. Your next court date is going to be June the 13th. If you bond out, you don't.
Thank you, Steve Rosen. So they are contiguous counties? The reason I asked that is because, can you imagine people sit unindicted in Fulton County Jail for 900 plus days, and this guy would be dismissing shit left, right, center.
Will have to appear for that court date. If you do not bond out, 1 second, hold on. Your next court date is June 13th. If you bond out, you do not have to appear for that court date. If you do not bond out, then you'll have an opportunity to speak with an attorney and they can negotiate your case further, or they can ask for a bond modification. Now, do you have any questions? Or I'm sorry, do you want to have a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own?
I'd rather you appoint me one, sir.
Okay, yes, sir. I will do that for you. Now, do you have any questions?
So you said the charge was what?
It's possession of marijuana while incarcerated at the Clayton County Prison. So my understanding is I know that you weren't physically on the prison property, but you were still under supervision of the state. And this stems back from September the 10th, 2019.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Do you have any other questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Very good. Good luck to you, Mr. Angel.
God bless you.
Barnwell.
I'm going ahead.
Here's the thing. I understand you. I'm watching the chat. We're talking about Judge King's chat, which has been, I guess, shut down, unfortunately. But if I'll play devil's advocate for a minute, if you're an attorney and your case you lost in front of Judge King, and like I can understand making every possible appeal based upon anything that might be different than another court or another thing. It is just the lawyer way. That's their job, to look for differences, discrepancies, and things that they can seize upon in order to represent their clients better. So I totally understand. I don't agree. I believe that judges, if we trust judges to be impartial enough to determine whether evidence should be admitted or not, and then expect them to disregard that evidence, how can you not trust them to disregard a chat? I mean, come on. Let's be realistic here. However, on the other hand, as an attorney, I can understand why they would be sitting there going, okay, well, what could I do? What could we do? And that would come to me too.
All right, sir, can you tell me your full name, please?
Teflon Barnwell.
All right, Mr. Barnwell, you are charged with 1 count of loitering or prowling, 1 count of obstruction, and 1 count of criminal trespass. All of them are misdemeanors. Now, I am dismissing the loitering or prowling, and I am dismissing the obstruction charge. So 2 of your charges I'm going to dismiss. Now, later on down the road, the prosecutor's office could bring some of those back, or they could just leave them dismissed. I don't know. I just don't have enough evidence to charge you for hanging out where you were hanging out with those things without something further that you were doing something else, okay? So the only charge that's left is the criminal trespass. The bond is $1,000. Now, the incident where this happened, do you live on that property?
Oh, I used to live next door to it.
Okay, well, look, I'm going to put a special condition as part of your bond, okay? So don't go back to 8082 Webb Road. That's in Riverdale, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so in order so you don't have any more problems with law enforcement or property management or anybody else, just don't go back to that property, okay? If you go back to that property, you could find yourself back here with more serious charges and potentially not getting a bond. So this is a silly thing to be showing up at the Clayton County Jail for. You don't need, you're a grown man. You don't need to be coming to jail for hanging out at a property. It's just stay away from it, okay?
All right.
All right, your next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you bond out, you do not have to go to that court date. If you are still incarcerated, then you'll have an opportunity to speak with an attorney and they can negotiate your case further or ask for a bond modification. Now, do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want to have a court-appointed attorney?
A court-appointed attorney.
Okay, now it says here that you're employed. Approximately how much do you earn per month?
I don't know, I just started working there.
Okay.
On Monday.
Give me your best estimate.
I'm gonna say close to like 1,000 to 2,000 a month.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna split the difference with you and say 1,500. I'm still gonna appoint you an attorney, but I just needed to get that information from you. Okay.
All right.
All right. So you'll get a copy of your bond. I will submit the dismissals on those other 2 charges once we're done here, and I can process and I can get my paperwork sent over to the jail. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Good luck to you, sir.
Wake up. You guys are silly. In LA, 8 p.m. This is dinner time, like high dinner for all the yuppies.
Good morning. Sir, can you tell me your full name, please?
Jaden Javon Blackman.
All right, Mr. Blackman, you are charged with 1 count of contributing to the delinquency or deprivation of a minor. I'm dismissing this case. I don't have any evidence that you knew that this other person was a minor. I don't have any evidence of what really was going on. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't provide more information and meet the elements of what they were trying to do. But based on what I have in front of me, I can't approve this case going forward. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I will tell you that, you know, you're a grown man. I don't know what it is that you were.
I'm going to tell you right now before he says anything. I don't know why it just gets me going to hear a judge do this. I guess it's because it's like this is as like, I don't know, bad behaved as a judge can really get. Like, you know what? I'm going to dismiss these charges. Oh, even saying it, like, seriously, I know I'm weird. I'm weird, but we don't kink shame. And apparently judges dismissing stuff is one of my kinks.
We're doing, but you need to act accordingly and be careful of who you're around and who you're dealing with. Whether it was an innocent mistake or not, it doesn't matter. You still ended up at least a night in the Clayton County Jail, which I imagine is not where you want to be.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So again, I don't know if this charge is ever going to come back, but I'm dismissing it.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
I know she's a maker. I live on the West Coast in British Columbia, so I haven't even made dinner yet for myself either. It's still really light out, and I'm not going to admit what time I got out of bed.
Choice, come on up. Choice.
Good morning, man.
All right, sir, can you tell me your full name, please?
Morning, Trailer Choice.
All right, Mr. Choice, give me just a moment.
Charles, I made my daughter burgers and potato wedges again because she wanted it. I don't know.
All right, sir, you are charged with 2 counts of cruelty to children, felony, 1 count of fleeing and eluding a felony, 1 misdemeanor count of child safety restraint, and 1 misdemeanor count of hit and run. All right. So on the cruelty to children charges, both of them, your bond is going to be $3,000. On the fleeing from police, your bond is going to be $2,000. On the child restraint violation is $500, and on leaving the scene is $1,500. So your total bond is 3, 6, 8. Total bond is $10,000. Okay.
I'm gonna laugh so hard if this is a freaking movie that they are filming and they've shut down the goddamn road and all y'all got. I'm laughing. I would laugh.
The special condition of your bond is to not violate any of the laws while out on bond, okay? Your next court date is going to be June the 13th. If you bond out, you do not have to appear for that court date, all right? If you do not bond out, then you'll have an opportunity to speak to an attorney and they can negotiate your case further and or ask for a bond modification. Do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you?
As of now, a court appointed.
Okay.
And is there any way we could work around a work release if I don't make bond?
That'll be something that you want to discuss with your lawyer because they can talk to the district attorney's office and they handle that stuff. I don't have the authority to really do that right now. Okay. All right. June the 13th. Do you have any other questions?
No, sir.
All right. Good luck to you, Mr. Choice.
We don't get a lot of car chases where I live because I live on an island where you have to take a ferry. There's sort of like this natural choke point. One of my jobs, guys, you know, I've had a many. I used to work for FLIR, Forward Looking Infrared, the infrared camera company.
Sir, can you tell me your full name, please?
Cedric Otis Bullock, sir.
All right, Mr. Bullock, you are charged with 2 counts, 1 of public indecency and 1 theft by taking. They're both misdemeanor charges, all right? So your bond on both charges is $2,000. So your total bond is $4,000. Now, you do have special conditions of part of your bond, okay? And I want you to pay attention to this. You're not to have any contact with Anana I don't know how to say her first name, but Anana Bailey. Now, I'm assuming you don't even know who that person is, do you? Okay, all right, very good. And then you're not to go back to 581 Flint River Road in Riverdale. So the store that you were at, just don't go back there. If you need to do some shopping, go shop somewhere else, okay? And it's listed here for you, so just don't go back. Your next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you bond out of jail, then you do not have to appear for that court date. If you're still incarcerated, you'll have an opportunity to meet with a lawyer and they can negotiate your case further and or ask for a bond modification. Now, you did not fill out your paperwork, so do you want, that tells me that you want to hire your own lawyer. Do you want to hire your own lawyer?
No, sir.
Okay, you want to have a court-appointed attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there a reason why you didn't fill out your paperwork?
I filled it out, didn't
No, you did not. You signed it, but you didn't fill it out. So I have to ask you a couple questions. And I have to ask you these questions while we're live, which you could have avoided. Are you currently employed?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have any money or cash in any savings account or anything like that? Yes or no?
Sir.
Do you have any cash in like a savings account or underneath a mattress or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you own any property?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you currently married?
No, sir.
Do you have any children?
No, sir.
All right. That's all that I need to know. All right. I will appoint an attorney for you. So if you are still incarcerated on June the 14th, you'll be able to meet with them and they will be able to talk to the solicitor's office and try to negotiate on your case. Do you have any questions?
Yes, sir. Do you mind if I, is it a plea or something I can take and just get it over with, like 6-month plea or maybe?
So the answer to your question is yes. I'm sure there'll be a plea offered to you at some point, but today's not that day. I don't do that.
Okay.
Okay.
I will want to thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. Good luck.
Yes, sir.
Good day, Your Honor.
Morning, sir. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Yes, Byron Dexter Combs.
All right, Mr. Combs, you are charged with 1 misdemeanor count of DUI, 1 misdemeanor count of open container, and 1 misdemeanor count of improper lane change. I am going to grant a bond on this. On the DUI, the bond is $8,000. On the other 2 charges is $500 each. So your total bond is $9,000. Okay. Now, because they're misdemeanors, your next court date is going to be on June the 14th. If you bond out, you do not have to appear for that court date. However, if you are still incarcerated, you'll have an opportunity to meet with a lawyer who can negotiate your case further with the state and or ask for a bond modification. Now, do you want to hire your own attorney or would you like me to appoint one for you?
I would just like to have one appointed.
Okay, yes, sir. I will do that for you. Do you have any questions about your case or about your next court date?
The bond protocol, I call somebody today and get that process rolling. The one question I had, sir, I have my own money on my cards, my debit cards and stuff, but it's in holding. So would I be able to use that by any chance?
That's a good question. You know, you really need to, for example, if you had enough money to bond yourself out, you know, there's 2 ways to do it. You can do it directly through the sheriff's department or you can use a bonding company. Now, in your situation, you need to talk to the people at the jail staff and see if you can call the bond company yourself and see if you can bond yourself out. Okay. Or if you have enough money, ask them the process of going straight through the sheriff's department. I don't know which one is best for your particular situation. But I'm sure that there are people who can bond themselves out if they just had access to their funds. So that's a question. Just ask the sheriff's deputies. I'm sure one of them can kind of point you in the right direction. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, sir. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Cam Born Genius.
All right, Mr. Genius, you are charged with 1 misdemeanor count of discharging a firearm near a roadway and 1 misdemeanor charge of battery. Again, they're both misdemeanors. I am going to set a bond. In the discharging of a firearm, the bond is $4,000, and the misdemeanor battery, the bond is $3,000. Now, you do have special conditions of your bond, so I need you to pay attention, okay? You're not to have any contact with Courtney Genius. Now, my understanding is that is your uncle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, you know, just like I told.
I also understand he's a genius. Actually, we could be watching on the, yes, the LA Department of Transportation, all the signage that they have along this highway that is like programmable, and all the cameras, that would be utilizing the software that my boss created. It's used on most transportation. It's got transportation security and the other application. There's 3 of them. Anyways, but basically it created like, it connected all the camera systems that used facial recognition tracking software into a program that you could literally have anybody use by just being able to point and click. So on one screen, they could point at somebody on the camera, and then all the cameras in the network will work on tracking them as they move. Yeah. But also, for example, like if you know the Courtman Bridge or the Calgary Airport Tunnel, and they have lane control systems which change which lanes go in which direction each day. The same computer system runs that program as well.
Told everybody else, don't have any contact with your uncle until your case is completely resolved or another judge changes your bond conditions. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you live at the 284 Martin Drive address in Jonesboro?
Yes, sir.
All right. You cannot go back to that residence, but do you need to are there things there that you would want to get out of that residence?
Yes.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to do, okay? And I'm putting it on your bond. You can go back there and get your stuff. However, you can't just show up with a piece of paper and say, the judge said I can come back and get my stuff. You have to do it the legal way and you have to do it the right way. So you need to take your paperwork to the sheriff's department and say, the judge told me I can go back. Please escort me over there, and they'll arrange a time to escort you over there so you can get all the things that you need to get out and you can get them out. Okay. So don't go there by yourself. Make sure you do it the proper way so you can get your things out of there. Okay. If you bond out your next court date, June the 14th, the preliminary hearing date, you won't need to appear for that. But if you are still incarcerated, you'll have an opportunity to speak to a lawyer and they can negotiate your case further and or ask for a bond modification. Do you have any questions? Oh, now you did not fill out your paperwork, so I can only assume that you want to hire your own attorney. Do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one?
I just want you to appoint one. I just put refuse because I didn't know if I didn't needed one or not, so I just put refuse on there. But yeah, I want to get one.
I got you. All right. Well, you know, I have to ask you some questions. All right. Just like I asked the other gentleman.
How much was it in all again?
7,000.
Okay.
All right. Now, are you currently employed?
No, sir. I have my own business.
Okay. Approximately how much do you make every single month? Just an estimate.
Like 1,500.
Okay. Do you own any property?
No, sir.
Okay. Are you married?
No, sir.
Do you have any children?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever served in the military?
No, sir.
All right. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and appoint an attorney for you. And so on the 14th, if you're bonded out, again, you don't have to show up. If not, then an attorney will meet with you and they'll be able to discuss your case. Okay.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right. Good luck to you.
Hanson.
Hello,
All right, sir. Can you tell me your full name, please?
it's Ricky Hanson.
All right, Mr. Hanson, you are charged with one count of terroristic threats, which is a misdemeanor. The bond on your case is going to be $3,500. Now, you do have special conditions as part of your bond, all right? And so I want you to pay attention. You're not to have any contact with Mary Hanson and Roy Kitchens, okay?
Understood.
And then also, I don't want you to return back to the 8239 Lakeview Terrace address. Is that where you were living at, sir?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Do you want an opportunity to get your belongings from that residence?
Yes, sir. I moved everything that day, and then when the officers locked me up, they made me leave my wallet and my car keys and my last bag of clothes.
Okay.
Maybe leave it there.
All right. Well, then, just like I told the last gentleman, I'm going to allow you to go back and get your stuff, but just don't show up on your own with a piece of paper. Make sure you do it through the sheriff's department. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Your next court date is going to be June the 14th. But if you bond out, you don't have to go to that court date. If you are still incarcerated, you'll have an opportunity to meet with a lawyer and they can discuss your case further with the state and or ask for a bond modification. Now, do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want to me to appoint one?
Straight point.
Okay. All right, I will do that for you, sir. Do you have any other questions?
No, you said my bond's 3,000?
3,500.
But I have like I said, my credit cards are at the property where they locked me up from and made me leave my credit card there.
So just if you think that you can bond out with your own funds, you just need to talk to the sheriff's department and ask them how to go about using your own funds to do it. Okay?
Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Oh no.
All right, sir, can you tell me your full name, please?
Yeah, my name Charles Jones.
All right, Mr. Jones, you were charged with one count of possession of a handgun under the age of 18.
Yes, sir.
Your birthday is on the 19th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So if you waited just a little bit longer than 2 weeks, I don't think that they could charge you with a crime. However, you know, I have to follow the law, and the law is the law, okay? It is a misdemeanor charge. The bond is $3,000, all right? Your next court date is gonna be June the 14th. If you bond out, you don't have to go to that court date, okay? If you're still incarcerated, you'll have an opportunity to meet with the lawyer and they can discuss your case further and or ask for a bond modification. Do you want to hire your own attorney, or do you want to
No, I'm the court attorney. I filled out the paper and stuff again.
Yes, you did. I got it. Thank you for doing that. You know, there's been a lot of stuff going on in the news recently about guns and people in possession of guns and things like that. So, you know, listen, man, you are approaching the age of adulthood, or if not, you're pretty much already there. So you will learn very quickly that as you get older, you have a lot of responsibilities to govern yourself as an adult and be a productive man and citizen of wherever it is that you're living. Okay. It doesn't say that you did anything wrong other than being in possession of it. So it's on you to know what the laws are. You have to educate yourself sometimes, but you know, be very careful of what you do, because as you can see that, you know, at any point in time, there could be you find yourself in situations in where you're getting locked up, and it's not the place to be, especially at such a young age. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Do you have any questions about your case?
Could I get a bond payment like plan?
So just like I told everybody else, right? There are two ways that you can bond out. Number one, you can go directly through the sheriff's department, or number two, you can use a bonding company. Okay. I don't know. Typically, the bonding company charges 15 to 20%. So on $3 grand, you're looking at $450 plus if there are any fees or anything. But you'll just have to either get in contact with them or use a friend or family member to do that process for you. Okay.
I appreciate it.
All right. Good luck to you.
All right. The bond now.
3,000.
All right.
No payment plans.
Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
Demetrius Milner.
All right, Mr. Milner, you are charged with one count of criminal trespass, damage to property. I don't have the legal evidence to keep this charge, so I'm dismissing it. It doesn't mean that you did something right. It doesn't mean that you did something wrong. It's just all the I's are not dotted and all the T's are not crossed. So I cannot legally, I don't feel comfortable moving forward with this case against you. So I'm going to dismiss it. Just like I told everybody else, later on down the road, these charges could come back. I don't know whether they will or not. Okay. But I just have to make you aware of it. They have 4 years for the statute of limitations. So do you have any questions?
No, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Good luck to you.
Dismissal Dan out here single-handedly reducing the workload and the issues in this county. I've never seen, I mean, I was hopeful when I saw it the first time, but I thought it was a result of that prison riot. Heck fucking no. This guy does not, gives the D
Good morning, sir.
all the
All
time.
right, can you tell me your full name, please?
My name is Christopher Eugene Mullenix Jr.
All right, Mr.
Sorry, Dismissal Dan's big D stamina is like never ending. He just goes and goes and goes.
Mullenix, you are charged with 2 counts, both of them misdemeanors. The first count is stalking and the second one is criminal trespass. I am going to grant a bond in your case, okay? The bond on the stalking charge is going to be $7,500. The bond on the criminal trespass is going to be $2,500. Your total bond is $10,000, okay? You do have special conditions of your bond, so I want you to pay I want you to pay attention to what I'm about to tell you, okay?
Yes, sir.
You're not to have any contact with Stacy Florestal. Who is that to you?
If I may, Your Honor, Stacy Florestal is a former business partner who I had a sexual relationship with.
All right, that's all I need to know.
That's it? Oh, I fucking love it. Like I have enough content from this particular bond court, not with this judge, but with all of them. We could just do this for years. Literally for years. We will actually. I'll be getting other stuff too, don't worry. But we'll probably have to do like 2 days a week of Big D Clayton County Bond Court. Because the drama, the stories, I feel like, well, I know it's better than Netflix.
All right.
But with that being said, I was never near Miss Florestal.
Listen, remember what I said at the very beginning. Now's not the time to.
That being said, I fucked her from very far away. I never was actually near her. It was all actually role play via text. Like, that's the only way that can be true. You can't have one without the other.
Tell me the facts of your case, all right? You've been very respectful to me, and so I want to respect your rights, okay?
Yes, sir.
Don't tell me anything about your case. Save it for the lawyer, okay?
Yes, sir.
I can't do anything about it other than tell you what your bond amount is and when your next court date is, all right?
Yes, sir.
So if you have defenses, and you may, share it with them, all right?
Yes,
now, the special condition of your bond is to not have any contact with Miss Stacy Florestal. Now, let me tell you what that means. That means that you can't speak to her. You can't.
Okay, this is going to be an epic one. He was like, I'm so excited to hear what he has to say here. Because, first of all, speak with her is so basic. I think he's going to go down the whole gamut. And I'm here for it, sir. This man is charged with stalking and criminal trespass. And I am very ready to hear how he lays this out for this guy. I'm hoping he says something like, you can't, like, business related, like, you can't have a conference call with her. Oh my God. Please say that, Judge.
Write her an email. You can't send her a text message, an Instagram DM, a Facebook DM, a WhatsApp message. You can't send flowers. You can't have any contact. So for your life right now, I've already signed this. She does not exist in your world. She's gone. Completely.
Yes,
okay.
Sir.
All right.
Can I add one more thing, Mark? No, as far as the conditions?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Yes, sir.
Now, the restriction is not on her. If she tries to get in contact with you, do not respond, because even if she contacts you, she's like, hey, Christopher, I want you to come over. Come on over. And then you do it. Guess what? You're getting locked up. I want you to understand the severity of the situation. You're in front of me, not her.
Yes, sir.
So whatever manipulation that you can imagine that she could pull over you, that's why I'm telling you, like Thanos, snap your fingers, she does not exist.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I love him so much. Oh my God.
Also, Do not go upon the property of 1370 Crest Ridge Lane in Riverdale. That's not where you live, is it?
Actually, I never did live there.
Good, perfect. Then there's no reason for you to go there. We're in agreement. Now, your next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you bond out of jail, you do not need to go to that court date. If you do not bond out of jail, you'll have an opportunity to speak with a lawyer, which you probably want to do very badly. And you can, and they'll be able to speak with the state to negotiate your case further and or ask for a bond modification. Now, before I ask you if you have any questions, do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you?
Sir.
I'm sorry?
Appoint one, sir.
Got it. Okay, I will grant that request, Mr. Mullinex. Now, remembering what I told you, do you have any questions about your case or your bond?
Yes, sir. Ms. Florestal is currently at my house, my residence, and she's been going back and forth. So I never knew any of this even happened. I didn't know I had a warrant for my arrest for this. I'm a transporter and I don't even see her or talk to her or hear anything from her.
Okay, good. I understand. So if you go return to your residence and she's there, then you need to figure out a way to legally, right? Legally, you might want to speak to an attorney, go in Jonesboro. There's tons of attorneys around there and try to get a consultation with them and talk about your options. Okay. Yes, but if she's at Walmart and you see her, you need to turn around and go to a different Walmart. If she's at Kroger, you need to turn around and go to Publix, okay? Because the restriction is not on her, it's on you.
Yes, sir.
And you know, I don't know the history between you two. It seems like, as you said, you're in a relationship, but you know, we have my role is to protect the citizens of Clayton County. And so I have to put restrictions in place that I think are reasonable and that are going to achieve that goal. So listen, you're a grown man. You seem like a very intelligent person. Just govern yourself according to the rules of this bond order and the laws of Georgia, and you'll be all right. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I have a feeling I know what that means. Transporting is usually delivering vehicles, either like used vehicles that need to be driven to the dealership that they were purchased from wholesale between wholesalers, or like it's probably a vehicle transporting service. So like I know people when I worked at the car dealership and stuff, like, and I know car wholesalers, so they employ car transporters that they'll basically like fly them somewhere and then get them to drive a car back, or a bunch of different ways of doing it. Send 2 of them there and then they pick up a car, send a whole car of people and they bring back 4 cars. I know lots of people that do that. I've done it myself, actually. I've driven to Vancouver and picked up cars and brought them back before for a friend. So.
All right. Any other questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Also, are they in business together now? Because that would be a question.
Yes.
Mayor's back.
I just told you. Okay, that come up.
All right, sir, can you tell me your name, please?
Eddie Robert Poole.
All right, Mr. Poole, you are charged with one.
He said Robinson.
Battery, which is a misdemeanor. The bond is $5,000. 1 count of cruelty to children. Bond is $5,000, and then 1 count of aggravated assault. At this time, I'm not going to grant a bond on the aggravated assault charge. So your case is going to be set for preliminary hearing on June the 13th. At that time, you'll be able to speak with an attorney and they can negotiate your case further, and they can or ask for a bond modification at that time. Do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you?
Appoint one for me.
Okay, I will do that for you. Do you
could say please.
Could you read the bond again?
Yes. So for the battery charge, the bond is $5,000. For the cruelty to children charge, the bond is $5,000. On the aggravated assault, I did not set a bond.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir. And you said June
13th. 1-3. Yes, sir. Fill up.
How slow can the chase go? How slow can the chase go? Why don't they pit
All right,
her?
sir, can you tell me your full name, please?
Andrew Jacob Powell.
All right, Mr. Powell, you were charged with 2 counts of violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act and 1 count of use or possession of a drug-related object. The VGC.
Hold on. Somebody stole Judge Webster's glasses. I just literally was looking at the chase and I looked up. I was like, what the fuck is going on up here? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to go back. I need to listen to this. I want to see him enter.
All right, sir, can you tell me your full name, please?
Andrew Jacob Powell.
All right, Mr. Powell, you were charged with 2 counts of violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act and 1 count of use or possession of a drug-related object. The VGCSA counts are both felonies. The bond is $2,500 each. The misdemeanor use or possession of a drug-related object, the bond is $1,000. So you have the same exact bond as your co-defendant, the young lady that I spoke with. So your total bond is $6,000. Your next court date is June the 13th for a preliminary hearing. If you bond out of jail, you do not need to appear for that court date. If you do not bond out of jail, then you'll be able to speak with an attorney and they can negotiate your case further and or ask for a bond modification. Now, do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you?
Appoint one.
All right. I will do that for you. Now, it's not a part of your bond condition, but I would highly recommend to not have any contact with anybody that was involved in that incident with you.
Oh, they did it finally.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, good luck to you.
Yeah, let's listen to Mikey.
Patrol moving out of the way, getting rid of
Flamin' Rickshaw, good to see you.
crossfire risk here, and you can see 6 units now able to make that arrest.
Don't you dare say
Next
stand
few
off.
seconds here, they will instruct her to exit.
They're
the
getting out very
vehicle. We'll see if
slowly,
she
by the way.
cooperates at all. If not,
Yes, East Coast time or my time. What are they doing? What's going on? No,
They
what are you
cock-blocked
doing?
him.
What?
Is
my God, don't do that. It scared me to death.
That pit maneuver. So the vehicles come to a stop.
I'm going to tell you, everybody's always saying LA, chase capital. Nope.
In that number 4 lane,
Not this
right
year.
on the shoulder there.
Not this year.
Her options are few. I don't think she's going to get very far. So it's in her best interest to cooperate and put her hands up. There's the canine at the ready.
Oh, the dog's out.
Just in case.
Who let the dogs out?
Close.
Oh, that dog wants to
And
bite that ass.
no movement yet from that driver's side. Something being projected into the passenger side of the vehicle.
What the fuck?
Pepper balls.
Likely less than lethal, maybe rubber bullets being fired in there.
Don't look like pepper balls. Okay, it's an interesting tactic.
Johnny, let's go ahead.
What if there's a kid in that car? What if there's innocent people? That's weird to me.
Movement, but you can see some projectile being shot more.
Wow, they are blasting.
The vehicle. Look at this.
This is. Are we sure this isn't a movie?
At last check, that passenger side window was shut. I don't know if it's been rolled down since we've been following her on the driver's side, but they have now fired something into the vehicle through that passenger side window.
Somebody should just go to the trunk and go in the trunk.
Wow.
Been shattered as well, and it's
I am so surprised they did that.
she has been struck, but
Why don't the helicopters drop giant nets on them?
California Highway Patrol not sure what prompted them to do that. You can see she
That was unexpected, to say the least.
appears to be a pillow, maybe shielding herself.
Oh,
with,
she's using the pillow as
with
as
that
backup.
object. You can see them shining a bright light into the passenger
Pillow.
side. There must be some holes in that passenger window, right?
Oh, it's got to be. They didn't
Yeah,
sneak
you
in
can see
there.
it shattered there, but the windows are still up.
It's like they shot maybe the back window. I mean, it's shattered. It's just got a glare on it.
They probably are beanbag bullets.
630 of you here. Subscribe, like.
Because I'm going to
enjoy.
tell you right
Have a
now,
good
unless
time.
she is super duper. Everybody subscribe, like to Credence and
Very
Mikey,
tense.
obviously.
I didn't expect any of this
Hold on, Mikey. But
at all.
what I will say is that she would be out of that car if she could with the pepper stuff, unless maybe that's what she's using the pillow for, covering her face.
Shots of something. Some projectiles have been
Something
fired into
dark side.
the car, but the driver refusing to come out appears to be clutching something, maybe a pillow.
Yeah, it's the pillow, man.
More shots fired here. Look at this.
I don't really know what we're doing and why we're doing this. This is intriguing. They
Very.
must know something we just don't know.
Oh no, Mikey, I do not believe that at all. You're giving them too much credit.
They definitely shot those through the back window. Oh no, one went right through there at the bottom.
Can't help but notice that they fired those projectiles into the rear of the vehicle.
Is he listening to
the
me
rear
talk?
Passenger window. We don't know if there's anybody in the passenger seat at all. If there's anybody in the back seat.
They're hating life if so.
I should say, because we've only been able to see the front seat during this pursuit, but something has been projected into the rear back seats.
I guess I understand the fact that they're like, oh, we got to hold formation or whatever. But here's the thing. Some of you get gross and balls, get on the other fucking side. There's traffic flying by behind. So it's not as if it's not safe. Like, just move.
To what effect, we're not sure, but she's still
Hi, my crazy life.
moving in the vehicle, refusing to come out. All four doors still remain shut.
I really hope she doesn't like die and maybe she's not able to come out.
Yeah, this is a crazy one, guys.
Only the driver, but those officers have fired something in the back seat there. As an
We're moving in.
now approaches the vehicle with a
Now they are listening to me, apparently.
approaching the
Somebody in the back seat that we don't know about?
Towards the driver, trying to get a view from the rear, and we'll get a better idea if there is
Pull the pillow out and arrest her.
I know she's a maker, and what I meant was get around to the driver's side with a car so that she realizes, like, hey, I can't get out anyway.
Push all the way in, my friend.
They clear those windows, and you can see if
Oh, our former, I hope that's not what's happened.
or anything of interest in the rear back seats.
All right, I'll get back to your comments. I haven't got everybody on the Monterey Monorail. I'm sorry.
With the driver.
I love
I mean, she's got to be
watching
right.
Mikey work. I hope she's not injured.
Hey,
I'm being
girl.
serious.
What you doing?
And I'm not sure which agency those other two officers are with. That officer.
Oh, don't say that.
There, that is the California Highway.
She did. Oh my God, she may have. Oh geez, we might need to get out of
Looks
this.
like that's CHP K9 units that are the ones.
Oh
that,
God,
have
is
the
she?
shield up
Jesus
there.
Christ.
Don't say
CHP K9
that.
units and another unit there. So 3 units in this arrest team as they communicate.
They are very calm for having a live fugitive in front of them. I'm sorry, guys. Here, I think we might
Okay, that's.
be
Oof.
putting this
Oh
down.
my God! Look inside the car. There's a symbol.
Personal belongings in the back seat there.
Is this person a drummer?
Around the driver's side, we'll go ahead and get a view as they try and make entry through that driver's side door.
Very
I
tense
don't know.
moment, guys.
We're just gonna have to finish dealing with it.
Yeah, she's holding on tight, so she's
Okay, she's
alive,
moving. Thank God.
for sure.
They're gonna pull her out of the driver's seat here in the next few seconds.
Thank you, Debbie. Debbie.
I'm gonna say it right now. She must have some
Y'all
knee
see
rack
that symbol?
powers.
We must point out that we have no idea what the mental state is of this driver. She does not appear to be a threat. Just judging
Nah,
from the
Pete,
body
she's all right.
language of these CHP
She
officers,
probably might be
the
hurting.
driver in this
She
pursuit
all
does
right.
not appear to pose a threat, but they are trying to unbuckle her and extract her from the vehicle to
Yes.
figure out
Excuse
why
me,
she
Lee.
refused to pull over. Again, this all
Would you mind
started
coming on out
as
of
a
the car?
welfare check, and other than that, we don't have any information regarding any
What if
crimes
she
that
like
have been committed.
zap strapped herself or did something to put herself against the steering wheel?
Chase or more up the 5 freeway.
Wow.
From Orange County into the San
They're following you.
I know she's a maker. That's what I mean. Like
Following you,
she's
Jay
got
Allen.
some, when I say knee rack, that's reverse Karen, but actually Karen power, I guess.
She loves that pillow. That's my pillow. Not mine. It's one of those pillows they sell called My Pillow. No, Angie, she all right. She all right. We having a time handcuffing her, it looks like.
Wow. Okay. Well, there we saw that. You guys
This
need to
has
go
been-
and
this has been laggy. If nothing else, this has been super weird.
super weird. Go ahead and
Pillow, yes.
check out Credence and Mikey. Please, they are good friends of mine.
I know. I saw that and I was like, wow, what a waste.
Female suspect on the ground.
She's she performs in her car. weekly.
Absolutely, Tupac. Actually, I have a story that
That's
I'll
what I'm
talk
thinking
about
too.
after.
And it does
Monkey.
appear the vehicle is clear, so nobody else.
All jokes aside, if you know someone suffering from
They are giving the code
mental
for.
issues, suffering in silence,
They
or
are taking
yourself,
the only person in that vehicle
don't forget
out,
to
and she is putting
there's
up a
places you
little
can
bit
call and
of
contact.
a struggle.
I'll let
Don't
Mikey finish
suffer
that.
alone. 'Cause you
That's
don't have
absolutely
to.
true. I second that motion. Reach out for help. If you are contemplating suicide or worried about hurting yourself, you can reach out to 988lifeline.org or 988 via text for help, or come around here. If you're coming back to us, we watched the end of that. We're back in bond court still. I think, yeah, let's keep going. It bothers me that started as a mental health welfare check. I have a story about that I will get to in a minute, if you guys can remind me of that. But let's just get some of this under our belt, and then we'll talk a little bit about that. Nidar Fulmer.
Morning, sir. Morning, sir. Can you tell me your name, please?
My name is Markel Quinn.
All right, Mr. Quinn, you were charged with 1 count of aggravated assault. Give me just a moment. All right, at the time, I'm not going to grant a bond on this particular charge. So your preliminary hearing date is going to be June the 13th. At that time, you'll be able to speak with a lawyer. They'll be able to negotiate with the state your case even further and or ask for a bond modification. You didn't fill out the paperwork. Do you want to hire your own attorney, or do you want me to appoint one for you?
No, sir. No attorney is needed, sir.
What the fuck was that? We're going back. Was this the rough ups that they're doing there? Like, did he? What?
You didn't fill out the paperwork. Do you want to hire your own attorney, or do you want me to appoint one for you?
No, sir. No attorney is needed, sir.
Okay. Do you want to represent yourself?
Can I ask a quick question, sir? As far what's the reason behind the no bond thing? Mind me asking.
Sure. So based on the evidence that I have, and again, this is not an opportunity for us to go over the facts of your case, but just based on the evidence that I have, I did not feel comfortable setting a bond in this case. It doesn't mean that another judge would feel differently, or if more facts are known, and that's why you're able to get an attorney, they can flesh out the facts of the case and talk to the state about it. But just based on what I have in front of me. So do you want to hire your own attorney, represent yourself, or have a court-appointed attorney?
Is the charge a felony or misdemeanor, sir?
It is a felony, sir.
It's a felony?
Yes, sir.
Who's he looking at?
Let's go appointed attorney.
Okay, I'm going to have to get a little bit of information from you because it wasn't provided to me, okay?
Yes, sir. I wasn't aware if the charge was a felony or not, so
I understand, no worries. Now, are you currently employed?
yes, sir.
Okay. Approximately how much do you earn per month?
About 35 to 4,000 a month.
Do you have any children?
Yes, sir. I have 3.
Are they all under the age of 18?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently married?
We I was engaged. No, sir.
Was engaged? Oh dear.
Got it. Okay. Do you own any real estate?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you ever part of the military?
Yes, sir. United States Marines.
Okay.
Americans would want me to say thank you for your service.
From what year to what year?
2013 to 2020. I think it was a 6-year contract, 2013 to 2019.
Got it. Okay. All right. I will appoint an attorney for you. And I did mark on your paperwork about the military service. So there may be resources when you speak to the attorney, there may be resources available to you because of that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have any other questions?
No, that's it, sir.
All right. Good luck to you. All right, sir, can you tell me your full name, please?
Simeon Robinson.
What's that?
Simeon Robinson.
Oh, Mr. Robinson. Okay, very good. Just want to make sure I have the right person. All right, Mr. Robinson. You're charged with 1 count of violation of Georgia Controlled Substances Act. It is a felony. I am going to grant a bond in this case. The bond is going to be $3,000. Okay. Your next court date is going to be June the 13th. If you bond out, you do not have to appear for that court date. If you are still incarcerated, you'll have an opportunity to speak with an attorney and they can discuss your case further with the state and or ask for a bond modification. Would you like to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you?
You put one for me?
Yes, sir. I will do that.
Can I see some of my case?
No. I don't want to know the facts of your case, okay? If you want to ask me a question about your bond or your court date, you can do that. But if you want to tell me anything about where you were going, who you were with, how much it was, why the officer illegally stopped you, if you want to say anything like that, don't say it, okay?
Gotcha. Yes, sir.
All right. Now, with that being said, do you have any other questions?
No, sir.
All right, very good. Good luck to you, sir.
Counsel.
From the Chase Mayor or from your appearance in front of Big D?
All right, sir, can you tell me your full name, please? All right, Mr. Thompson, you are charged with 2 misdemeanors. The first being battery, family violence. Your bond is $3,500. The disorderly conduct, the bond is $1,500. So your total bond, sir, is $5,000. You do have special conditions of your bond. Special conditions is to not have any contact with Norris Thompson, okay? And also to not return to the 641 Owen Drive address in Forest Park. Is that where you were living, sir?
Hold on, does this guy have a broken leg? Does this guy have a broken leg?
You have to speak up.
Yes, well.
Okay. Do you need an opportunity to go to that address and get your belongings?
That's no big deal.
Okay, all right then. Your next court date is going to be June the 14th. If you bond out, you will not need to appear for that court date. If you're still incarcerated, then you're have an opportunity to speak to an attorney and they can negotiate your case further and or ask for a bond modification. Do you want to have an appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own? You said appointed?
Appointed.
Okay, I will do that for you. All right, do you have any questions? All right, good luck to you. I have one more. Williams. All right, sir, can you tell me your full name, please?
Mario Williams.
All right, Mr. Williams, you are charged with one count of terroristic threats or acts. It is a felony charge. I am going to grant.
Hold on. Threats or acts? Which one, Judge? I'm pretty sure those are very different. Also, the jail audio, and they are mumbly. It's the jail. I hear it too.
A bond. The bond amount is $4,000. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now you do have a special condition of your bond, so I want you to pay very special attention to that. Okay?
I don't even know those people. Never seen them. Never met.
Don't tell me that. Okay. If you have a defense, that's great. Save it for your lawyer. Okay. All right. I'm just telling you, if you don't know those people, then this is going to be very simple for you. Be very easy. Do not have any contact with Christopher or Marcus McCray. If you don't know who that is, perfect. All right. If you don't know where they are, who they are, or anything like that, then it'll be very easy for you not to have any contact with them. Okay. But if messages appear from a phone number that's linked to you, that's a problem. If messages or word gets back to them and it's allegedly coming from you, then that's a problem. Okay. So they don't exist in your world. All right. You're a grown up, just like the other gentlemen and women that I spoke with. Act accordingly. Okay. Again, if you don't know who they are, perfect. But you don't want to end up here on some stuff that's quite frankly silly for you to be here for. This is not a good reason. There's no real good reason to be in jail, but this is an even worse reason to be here. You don't need to be here. You need to be out being productive, okay? Taking care of yourself. If you have a family, taking care of them, not here. So that's the condition. Just don't have any contact with them. Internet, don't have friends reach out to them. Nothing like that, okay? There should not be any more alleged communication that comes from you their way, all right? Your next court date is going to be June the 13th. If you have bonded out, then you don't need to appear for that court date. If not, then you'll have an opportunity to speak with an attorney and they can go over the case with the prosecutors and negotiate your case further and or ask for a bond modification. Do you want to have a court-appointed attorney or do you want to hire your own? Okay, then I will do that for you. All right. Now, without telling me the facts of your case or the defenses, do you have any questions?
The bond, just a percent of the bond for that 4,000, like 15% what I end up paying, like 400, 450 to get up.
Let's see, bond is 4,000, 10% is 400, plus they're going to want some fee. Let's see, 15%, 400, half of that is 600, plus whatever fees. I don't know, man. A conservative estimate would probably say about $750, but that's just doing quick math off the top of my head. I'm not a mathematician. I'm a lawyer.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
The joke they all love to say.
All right, sir. Good luck to you.
New goal. I want to collect as many times of judges and lawyers saying that and compile them into a video called "I'm not a mathematician, I'm a lawyer."
No, Your Honor, that's gonna be everybody on the calendar for today.
All right. Well, I appreciate everyone's coordination and getting started a little bit early. I'm going to end the transmission and I will send out the calendar, Ms. Thomas, and I will get the committal documents and the court-appointed applications to the appropriate people. Y'all have a good day.
Yes, Judge. Great job.
All right.
You rolled them out.
That's how we do it, Ms. Thomas. We got things to do.
Yes, yes. All right, so I'll be looking for that calendar.
Yes, we do, baby. And we gonna watch you again because you rock it out so good. I know I said 2, but we're going with 3 because I fucking like it and it's early still. Um, I like the camaraderie. I like this, you know? I know, Amy. I'm gonna have a lot from Judge Manning to put in that. Is it even in your mind here, seriously, when you think of a judge, do you think to yourself, how many dismissals will they do today? No, you don't, because that never ever happens like this. Seriously, with this guy, I'm like, at first I was like, will he? Now I'm like, how many? I lost count that last time. I didn't even keep track. It is so many. It's an uncountable number. Also, the hair in this cow.
Okay. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is June the 12th, 2022. This is Clayton County Magistrate Court first appearance. My name is Judge Daniel Nagel, and I'm going to go over some preliminary instructions with you. Before I go over the instructions with you, I need
Before you do, Judge, that was a very odd pause before his name. Like he forgot his own judge name, which just literally continues the epic hero backstory of Dismissal Dan being an imposter. And he's like, oh, what's my name again? Judge Daniel Nagel. That's it. That's the one.
everyone to please raise their right hand. All right. Do you swear or affirm the information that you will give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You can say, I do. All right. Very good. You can put your hands down. As I stated, today is the first appearance for your charges. So this is not going to be a trial or a session to where you're going to be presenting evidence or talking to me about the facts of your case. This is an informational hearing. What I mean by that is I'm going to let you know the charges that you're charged with. I'm going to let you know whether the charges are going to proceed to the next stage or if the charges are going to be dismissed. In addition, I'm going to let you know what your bond amount is if a bond is going to be set in your case. If a bond is set in your case, you may have special conditions. Some typical special conditions include not to have any contact with the person and or to stay away from a certain location. If the stay away that I tell you is an address at which you live, I will give you an opportunity to collect your belongings from there. However, you will not be allowed to just show up with your bond order. You will need to go through the proper ways of doing so, which includes going to the sheriff's department and having them arrange a time for you to go and get your belongings. So if you do have a stay away provision and you need to get your things from that location, we'll talk about that, but you just can't just show up and say that you want to get your things. That could lead to even more charges, and I'm sure that none of you want to be here on additional charges in that situation. I'm going to let you know your court date. If you bond out of jail, you do not have to appear for your next court date, which is the preliminary hearing, okay? If you do not bond out, you'll have an opportunity to speak with an attorney and they can negotiate your case further or negotiate for a bond modification or a bond reduction, all right? So if you bond out, your next court date that I'm going to tell you, you don't have to appear at it, but if not, that'll be the next time that you appear in front of a judge. You all should have received some paperwork indicating whether you want to hire your own lawyer or if you want to apply for a court-appointed lawyer. If you did not fill out the paperwork, I can only assume that you want to either represent yourself or hire your own lawyer. All right. At the end, I will give you an opportunity to ask me a question. However, as I stated before, this is no hearing. So if the question does not include how much is my bond, what are my charges, and what is my next court date, you should probably not ask me the question. There are certain things that are beyond my control. I can tell you up front, there are two ways for you to bond out typically. Number one is that you can pay your bond directly through the sheriff's department. Number two is you or a family member or someone can go through a bonding company. I don't have any control over the bonding company, how quickly they work or how they do their business. I can tell you that typically bond amounts are 15 to 20%. That's what you would need to pay of your total bond. So as an example, if your bond is $1,000, they're going to charge you somewhere between 15 and 20%. I don't know what documentation that they require, but that'll be research that you or a friend or a family member will need to do on your own. But I do not control how they do their business. All right. I don't know the names of any bonding companies, and I don't know their phone numbers off the top of my head. All right. So if you have any questions, I'll let you ask them at the end of it. Please make sure that you speak loudly and clearly so that I can hear you and we can move very quickly through this process. At the end of this, I will be submitting all the bond orders and paperwork to the sheriff's department. It may take them a while to receive it and to process it. So if you're looking to get a bond and to get bonded out, please be patient, as it does take some time for these documents to be received and processed. But if we roll through this very quickly, then that'll mean that you can get bonded out a lot faster. All right. So with that being said, we will start with the female inmates.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen,
all right, ma'am, can you tell me your full name, please?
Before you do, I will give a quick overview and reminder about our voting. We vote per person, and you can vote as many times as you like. Go ahead and vote one for if they want a court-appointed attorney. I feel like adding a new one or like a different version of one if they also say please, because that's unusual. If they want to hire their own, because there is a conspiracy happening in this jail where people continuously look to the side and then are scared about taking a court-appointed attorney. That's 22. If they do not understand the assignment, and you're gonna know when it's a 333. That's a 333. If Big D comes out with his Big D dismissal, that's a 44444, or those Big Ds in the chat. And also Sov Sidiot's 55555. That's right, folks. Okay. Also, if you're new here and you're like looking at the chat, you're like, that's a lot going on. If you don't want to participate in the games, gambling, and general debauchery that's happening there, you can go ahead and block Streamlabs, and it's like a self-exclusion program. And nothing bad happens, you just stop seeing all that stuff.
Please.
Mika Latasha Shante Anderson.
All right, Miss Anderson, you were charged with one count of simple battery family violence. That is a misdemeanor, okay? I am going to grant a bond in your case. The bond is going to be $2,000. Now, I want you to listen, because you do have special conditions of your bond. You're not to have any contact with Brinson Lamont. Who is that to you?
That is my daughter's father.
Okay, so until your case is resolved or another judge changes these bond conditions, you can't have any contact with him. So he doesn't exist in your world until one of those two things happen, all right? Also, I have to put in a stay away from the 4100 Gracewood Park Drive in Ellenwood. Is that where you are living?
Yes, that's my residence.
Okay. Do you, because I can't have you return there because of the incident that took place, do you need an opportunity to go and get your belongings until your case is resolved or the bond conditions are changed? Do you need to go and get your stuff from there?
Yes, that is my residence. It's under my name. I live there, all my belongings and my kids, so there's nobody else but me and my kids. But if I have to go and get my belongings, that'll be fine.
Okay, does Mr. Brinson Lampert live at that address or Lamont?
No, no, sir, he's never reside there. No, sir.
Are you renting or do you own it?
I'm owning.
Okay. Then I'll tell you what. What I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna have you stay away if you're telling me that it's your residence, okay? However, if he's there, you can't go there. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
So wherever he is, you don't go, all right? And by no contact, I mean Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. He does not exist in your world. And it's important for you to understand that the restriction is on you, not on him. So if he makes contact with you, he's not violating any orders. But if you respond, you're violating this bond order and you could end up back here. Do you understand?
I understand.
Okay. All right. So with that being said, your bond amount is $2,000. You're not to have any contact with him whatsoever. Your next court date is going to be June the 28th at 8:30 a.m. Do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you?
You can appoint one.
Okay. All right, I will do that. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, ma'am, can you tell me your full name, please?
Joanna Barajas.
All right, Ms. Barajas, you are charged with one count of simple battery. Your bond is $2,000. It is a misdemeanor. You do have a special condition of your bond to not have any contact with Glorianne Pagan or Pagan. Who is that to you? Are you related to that person or do you know who that is?
No,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Well, then that should be very easy for you to stay away from that person. Okay. Wherever that person is, you don't be. And that includes reaching out to them via Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, WhatsApp, Kik, whatever type of social media that people are using these days. Don't send any messages through friends of friends or anything like that. That person does not exist in your world. Do you understand? Okay. Again, your bond is $2,000. The next court date is June the 28th, 2022. Do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you?
You can appoint one for me.
Okay. So I will do that. Do you have any questions?
Again, like they're doing him a favor. Like, yeah, you can
Yes.
appoint one.
What about if she comes near my home?
So just like I told the other young lady, the restriction is on you. Okay. So if that person reaches out to you, they're not in violation of any court order as far as I'm aware. But if you respond or you make contact, even if it's in response to them, you could face further charges. Okay. So I would suggest that if you're minding your own business and that person comes around and there's nowhere for you to go, I can't tell you what to do, but just act like a grown-up and figure out how you can avoid interacting with that person. Okay.
Yes, sir.
The solution is not to make contact with them, even if you're not doing anything wrong. If somebody is if somebody's doing something that they're not supposed to do, then there are remedies for that. But it's not to violate the bond order. Okay. All right. Do you have any other questions?
No.
All right. Good luck to you.
Come on.
Whoa. All right, ma'am. Can you tell me? Go ahead.
Keisha Daniel.
All right. Give me just a moment. Let me find. Okay. Here we go.
So we started listening to his hearings, and I started with a newer one. We're back in time, and I am literally so excited to figure out when he starts using "Don't you come back" anymore, because you're right. Right now he uses this "act like a grown up, stop acting like a child," which I think is perfect. Like, he is great. I love him. I love you, Judge.
All right, Miss Daniel, you are charged with retail property fencing and shoplifting. They're both misdemeanors. I am going to grant a bond in your case. Your total bond is $4,000. Okay. Now, as one moment, I'll let you ask a question at the end of it. Okay. As part of your bond, you do have a special condition to not go back to 6065 Jonesboro Road, Morrow, Georgia, which is the Walmart. Okay. So if and when you bond out, if you need to get supplies or items or groceries or anything, don't go to Walmart. Find another store. Do you understand?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now,
Can I ask you a question?
you can, but when I tell you to, okay? And if you're going to tell me anything about your case, I suggest that you don't do that, because this is being live streamed, okay? And so I don't want you to say anything that could impact the prosecution of your case, all right? So your questions need to be limited to: what are my charges? Are they misdemeanors? What is my bond? And when's my next court date? The next court date is going to be June the 28th, 2022 at 8:30 a.m. You have the right to either hire your own lawyer, or I can appoint one for you. What do you want? To hire your own lawyer, or do you want me to appoint one?
You can appoint one.
Okay, then I will do that. Now, what is your question?
My question is, my fiance is military, and he goes off his pension. And he's trying to get me out. I guess he came up to the jail yesterday. He stayed up there all day and all night. But could I get a reduced, because that's the only way I'll be able to get out is
Because of somebody else's military service? I don't think so.
they say it have to be at least $2,700 or something.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any?
My fake boyfriend's a
I understand your
judge.
situation. However, you know, a $2,000 bond on each charge is already very low. I can't do anything less than that right this moment. You do have a right, if you have an attorney or when an attorney speaks to you, to have them file motions and paperwork to have another judge consider it. But at this time, I feel like $2,000 on each charge is very fair, given the circumstances. So while I appreciate you asking, and I do understand your situation, at this time, the bond is still going to be $4,000. Okay.
So it's just 4,000.
Correct. It's 4,000 total. That's right. Do you have any other questions?
Oh, thank you.
All right. Good luck to you. All right. What's your name?
Okay, Elrod.
I'm sorry?
Okay, Elrod.
Elrod, ELROD.
Hold on. Is this throwing her voice? I'm confused. I'm confused.
All right. What's your name?
Okay, Elrod.
I'm sorry?
Okay, Elrod.
Elrod, ELROD.
Elrod. Got it. All right. Give me just a moment, please.
She's looking over there.
Ah, got it. All right, Miss Elrod, give me just a moment. Let me grab your paperwork.
Are we going with drug charges?
All right, Miss Elrod, you are charged with theft by shoplifting. That is a misdemeanor. I am going to grant a bond in your case. The bond is going to be $2,000. As part of your bond, you will have a special condition to not return back to 2940 Anvil Block Road. I'm trying to see here the name of the store. I know there's a Walmart over there. Is that a Walmart? Yeah, it is. Okay. So you cannot go back to that Walmart, all right? If you need any supplies or groceries or whatever, choose a different store. I would stay away from all Walmarts, but specifically, it's ordered that you not go to that Walmart, all right? Your next court date is June the 28th, 2022. Do you want to hire your own lawyer or do you want to have one appointed?
Appointed.
All right.
Appointed.
Okay, I will do that. Do you have any questions about your charges or your case? No? All right, good luck to you. All right, ma'am, what's your name?
Lori Jackson.
All right, Miss Jackson, give me just a moment.
Say it, Judge. Where's the paperwork?
All right, Miss Jackson, you are charged with battery, family violence, which is a misdemeanor, aggravated assault felony, and false imprisonment felony. The bond on the misdemeanor charge is $3,000. The bond on the aggravated assault is $10,000, and the bond on the false imprisonment is $5,000. So your total bond is $18,000. You do have special conditions, so I need you to pay attention to this. You are not to have any contact with Hugo Alvarez. Who is that to?
We have to. Oh, I love you, Judge, so much. Say it again.
Have special conditions, so I need you to pay attention to this. You are not to have any contact with Hugo Alvarez. Who is that?
Hugo. I am a child. I am. Carol, if you're here, I'm a fucking child. Get used to it. This is the kind of shit I like.
To you.
Nobody.
Sorry?
No one.
Okay, well, there was something going on. I don't know what your relationship is, but don't have any contact with that person. That means via Twitter, Kick, Facebook, Instagram, whatever social media site that people think that they're not going to get caught using, they get caught using. All right. So wherever Mr. Alvarez is, you don't be. Do you understand? And understand that the restriction is on him, not on you. So if he tries to have contact with you, he's not in violation.
Backwards, Judge. You said it backwards.
Or you understand that the restriction is on him, not on you. So if he tries to have contact with you, he's not in violation. But if you have contact with him or you respond to him, you are in violation of this court order, and you could face more severe charges and not get a bond on those. All right. Also, you're not to return back to 491 Wexwood Drive. Okay, whose residence is that?
Yes, Richard.
I need you to speak up so I can hear you.
Speak up.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, do you need an opportunity to get your belongings from there?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
That's the
All right,
person.
so I will mark it on your bond that you are allowed to go back and get your belongings, but you can't just show up with the paperwork and go and get your stuff. You need to make sure that when you bond out, you go to the sheriff's department and arrange for them to escort you over there so we don't have another incident involving the police at your address. Okay, so it's very clearly marked that if you just go there and you show up without the sheriff's deputies, you could be subjecting yourself to more charges. Do you understand? All right. Next court date is going to be June the 27th at 8:30 a.m. If you bond out, you do not have to appear for that court date. But if you are still incarcerated, you will have an opportunity to speak with the attorney and they can negotiate your case further or ask the judge to modify or lower the bond. Now, do you have an opportunity to hire your own attorney or I can appoint one for you? What would you like me to do? All right.
They're all
I will
ashamed.
do that
Look
for
at her.
you. Do you have any questions about your case?
No.
All right. Good luck to you.
What's going on?
All right. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Wanda Perry.
All right, Ms. Perry.
Javonda.
give me- Yes, ma'am. I heard you. Thank you. All right, Ms. Perry, you have several charges, okay? You have one open container, which is a misdemeanor. The bond is $500. You have possession of marijuana less than an ounce, also a misdemeanor. The bond is $1,500. You do have two violation of Georgia Controlled Substances Act charges. Both of them are felonies, okay? Both of them, your bond is $3,000. You do have an improper U-turn. That is a misdemeanor. The bond is $500. And then you have a DUI less safe. Your bond is $2,500. All right. So I'm going to go over it with you one more time, and then I'm going to tell you your total bond. $500, $1,500, $3,000, $3,000, $500, $2,500. So that's 2, 8, 9, 10, 11. If I did my math correctly, your total bond is $11,000. Okay. You do not have any other special conditions other than do not violate the law. Because you do have some felony charges, your next court date is going to be June the 27th at 8:30 a.m. Now you have an opportunity to hire your own attorney, or I can appoint one for you. What would you like me to do?
One, please, sir.
Okay, I will do that. Now, if you bond out, you do not have to appear for your next court date, but if you don't, then you'll meet with an attorney and they'll have an opportunity to negotiate your bond or negotiate your case further. Do you have any questions? All right, good luck to you. All right, can you tell me your name, please? All right, Ms. Velasco, give me just one moment. Okay, Ms. Velasco, you are charged with one count of battery. That is a misdemeanor. The bond is $2,500. Okay. You do have a special condition to stay away from Teresa Elkins. Is that person related to you, or what is it? What is your relationship with that person?
That's my kid's father's mom.
Okay, so just like I've told the other people, when there's a stay away provision, just make sure that you have no contact with Miss Elkins. That means via social media. That means passing the word through friends or family. You can't pass along a message and have them relay it to her. Okay, do you understand? As far as you're concerned, until your case is resolved or another judge modifies this bond order, Miss Elkins does not exist in your world. All right. And remember that the restriction is on you, not on her. So just like I've told everyone else, if she tries to make contact with you, she's not in violation of anything that I've done, as far as I know. But if you respond or make contact with her, then you could be facing more charges and not getting a bond on those. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you do have an opportunity to hire your own lawyer, or I can appoint one for you. What would you like me to do?
You can appoint one.
Okay, then I will do that. Your next court date is going to be June the 28th, 2022. If you bond out, you do not have to appear for that court date. If you do not bond out, the attorney will meet with you and they'll have an opportunity to negotiate your case further or try to work out a different bond amount. Do you have any questions?
Thank you.
All right, good luck to you.
Your Honor, for the males, Bibbs went to court yesterday. Is he on your court list?
What's the name of that?
Last name Bibbs.
I saw that he had first appearance yesterday, so I did not have, I don't have any paperwork on him.
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
He literally was
All right,
wearing the
sir,
robe
can you tell me
backwards
your
that
full
day.
name?
Hector Manuel Alanis Ortega.
All right. Mr. Alanis Ortega, you are charged with, let me see, 4 counts. They're all misdemeanors. First count is battery. The bond is $4,000. The remaining 3 charges are cruelty to children, all misdemeanors. The bond is $1,000. So your total bond is $7,000. You do have a special condition to stay away from Joanna Barajas. That was somebody that I just spoke with. What's your relationship? Is that your sister or sister-in-law? Who is that?
My wife.
Your wife. I see. Okay, well, until this case is resolved or somebody changes it, you can't have any contact with her. Okay, now she has a no contact with somebody else, but you have a no contact with her. All right. The 8413 Red Cedar Way, is that where you were living at? Is that your house or somebody else's?
I rent.
Okay, but are you living there?
Yeah.
Okay, well then don't go back to that address until your case is resolved or another judge says that you can, okay? Do you need to get any belongings from there? Do you have stuff there that you want to get?
I don't say everything.
I cannot translate for you.
Yeah, we got a 333. We got a
Do
333.
you have any property there that you need to pick up? Toothbrush, clothes, keys, things like that? Okay. So I'm gonna allow you to go back and get your stuff. But when you get out of jail, you need to take the paperwork to the sheriff's office and tell them that you need to go there, okay? All right. Do you want to hire your own lawyer or do you want me to appoint one for you?
Here's the glam.
You want to hire? Okay, that's fine. All
There
right,
it is.
do you
Look,
have any
who's he looking?
questions?
No.
Okay, all right, good luck to you.
People that don't understand the language, and even better mark for taking extra money from.
All right, sir, tell me your name, please. All right, give me 1 second. All right, Mr. Cabrera, you are charged with theft by shoplifting, which is a misdemeanor. The bond is $2,000. You're also charged with possession of a weapon by a minor, also a misdemeanor. Your bond is $2,000. So your total bond is going to be $4,000.
Hold on. How can he be charged for the possession of a weapon by a minor? Is he the minor? If he's not the minor, I'm now wondering, wouldn't it be like allowing the possession? Like there's probably a charge for facilitating or making that available to them, but come on, Judge. Are you going to give it the big D for this?
Now, you do have a special condition to not return back to 6065 Jonesboro Road in Morrow, which is the Walmart. So if you need any items from a store, pick a different one. Don't go to that Walmart. Do you understand? All right. Your next court date is June the 28th. If you bond out, you do not have to go to that court date. If you are still incarcerated, you'll have an opportunity to meet with a lawyer and they can negotiate your case or work on a different bond amount. Do you want to hire your own lawyer or do you want me to appoint one for you?
I already had a public defender.
You said you did, or that's what you do want?
I already have one.
For what, a different case?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is a whole nother thing. So do you want to work with them again, or do you want to hire your own?
Work with them again.
Okay. All right. If you are, is that the case that you have the public defender, is that already resolved or is still pending?
Still pending.
All right. So, I mean, you're only 17 years old, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, 17, and you have one pending case, then you come here and catch another one. I'm assuming that, you know, I like my freedom, and I like to think that other people like their freedom as well. I mean, do you enjoy being incarcerated?
No, sir, I just don't be thinking about what I be doing.
Well, I hope that this kind of helps stimulate your brain so you can think what you're doing, because being in there, you don't get to do what you want to do. You do what the sheriff tells you to do, right? And I like doing what I want to do. And I hope that you would like to do the same, but at the same time, doing what you like to do carries responsibilities. You don't need to be carrying guns around at 17 years old. You know, wait till you're an adult. You only got to wait 8 more months or 5 more months or whatever it is, and do it the right way. All right, you can do what you want to do. Just make sure that it's legal. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Do you have any questions?
Yes, sir.
All right. Very good. Good luck to you.
We don't know, Rachel, but what I can say
Good
is
morning,
that,
sir.
hold on. First of all, oh my gosh. Second of all, you could have tapped on the brakes a little bit there, Judge. An ode to Judge Kim. It's odd to me that in Georgia, a 17-year-old committing a crime is not a reason to involve the juvenile court. That's odd. In Texas, they do. But once they're 17, they can be charged as an adult, but it defaults to the juvenile system first. The looks off screen are concerning me more and more, because here's my biggest problem with it. You should be absolutely laser focused on the judge. As a judge, in my head, I would be upset about somebody being distracting to them off camera. I've heard judges specifically ask who's in the room, who's off camera, who are you talking to, what. I've heard judges reprimand control like jail staff before for talking to people during court cases. I think that what's happening here is there's the less nefarious thing is that there's a well-meaning but misguided individual in the jail staff who is, what I think is happening when they hand out the forms to them about filling in the paperwork for a court-appointed attorney, they advise them like, oh, it's the worst. You're going to get kept in jail. It takes longer. If you say that you don't need one, you're going to hire your own, you get out quicker. They could say a million things. And then because everybody looks off, like it doesn't happen in other courts. These are very standard questions, and I've watched thousands of hearings, and it is not normal. It is not the norm of Zoom court. And it tells me that there's somebody, and it has probably weirdly become a staff mentality there, because we're hearing it on different days. You can't have the exact same staff every single time, I wouldn't bet. So we're talking about something that's either so ingrained in their behavior and at this facility that they're all doing it. And the second option possibly, which is always, as usual, alleged, but like if let's say you collect the bond amounts from people but to let them out of jail, a person that doesn't have an attorney is an easier mark than somebody who does have an attorney. A person who doesn't speak English is a great mark against somebody. Like these people are less likely to come back to the justice system to ask for help. So what I'm worried about is if somebody is for their own gain trying to dissuade people from getting a public defender so that they can take advantage of them and be less likely to get caught. It's why control of a courtroom is so important. And unfortunately, what I think is happening is that the judge is probably like, it's the hard part is it's like, how do you call this out without taking, like, you really are in a dangerous spot because he's not in charge of the jail, but he is in charge of his court proceeding. And so it's hard to call them out on that without not like without it being in a bad situation. Like there's this really, really, really serious nuance there. He understands there's more prisoners than guards always. He has to, and I know he thinks about this. He's not stupid, and he's not, I don't think, unable to see it all. I think he just has a vision, something to do with that. But I think that he sees all this going on and he's well aware of what's going on and is picking his battles. And you notice how very carefully he gives people attorneys, regardless if he's careful with that question, the way he words it to people. He doesn't just go along with it. He tries. But it gives me a weird feeling. What I really want to do, Rachel and CRD, is pull up I have a number of other Clayton County magistrates, and I want to look at their hearings and see what the likely amount of people that are reacting in a similar way to the question about attorneys, if they are, or if it's specific to this guy. Because here's the thing. See, I hate to think like this, but if you see how the judge dismisses charges so much and like all these different things, right? He might be the best judge to do this in front of versus not. So I don't know if it is a targeted thing. I will look, I'll look up the channel in a minute, Rachel. I have them all. There's like Clayton County 1 through 10, and they all post different things. Well, that's why I say we've got years of content. But yeah, it's a little bothersome. It's it reminds me of my concern about if you were going to pretend to be a doctor, the best type of doctor to pretend to be would be like a child psychiatrist, because nobody will ever believe a kid, nor will they blame you for not fixing them. So there's a vulnerable place that is hard to police in a way. And I've always thought that. I don't know. Oh, that's a good Richard. Damn. We don't dox anybody, so I can't outwardly say that is a good idea. But that's probably an interesting way to look at it. Interesting.
Good morning. What's your name, sir? Tim Dawson. All right, Mr. Dawson.
Oh, and the reason I was thinking about fake doctors is because not recently, but like in the past couple years, there was this diploma mill that was found in Canada, and a lot of nurses and nurses and doctors, and there was a number of professional, like engineers and stuff, had fake diplomas that they bought. And to me, I was just like, do you know how simple it would be to look up all of the fake university names and like cross-reference that with people's resumes as they're coming in? Like, why that wouldn't be done already is beyond me. But one time I had a really bad experience with a doctor, and I ended up going like all out and ended up I went so far as to call the registrar of the university that he claimed to have been got his medical license through, and turns out he did. He was just a dick. But I still went, I was like, he's not on the thing, and blah, blah, blah. I thought I had cracked something.
Okay, you were charged with 3 counts, aggravated stalking, which is a felony, a misdemeanor battery, and a misdemeanor cruelty to children. On the misdemeanors, I'm going to grant a bond. On the battery, it's going to be $10,000. On the cruelty to children, it's going to be $5,000. However, at this time, I'm not going to grant a bond on the aggravated stalking charge. Your next court date is going to be June the 27th, which is going to be your preliminary hearing date. At that date, you'll be able to speak with either your attorney or the public defender's office, and they'll be able to negotiate your case further with the district attorney's office, or they can ask the judge to modify the bond conditions, okay? Do you want to hire your own attorney, or do you want me to appoint one for you?
For me until I get one.
I'm sorry?
You can appoint one for me until I get one for the time being.
Okay, that's fine. And once you hire your lawyer, just tell them to file the appropriate paperwork so the court system knows that they're going to represent you, okay? All right, do you have any questions about your case, sir?
This aggravated stalking that you guys are saying, accusing me for, me and my girlfriend.
Don't tell me anything. Hold on, don't tell me anything about your case because it's being live streamed. So if the DA's office wanted to watch this and you say something incriminating, they're going to use it against you, okay? So
I'm fully aware of that. I'll be quiet, but I was just trying to see why do I have aggravated stalking? Because that TPO supposed got dropped. So that's the only problem I'm trying to have.
I got you.
Question I'm trying to have. I mean, my house.
Hold on. Listen to me, okay? My decision and what the information I have is what's in front of me, okay? I don't have the power to investigate and look things up and do things like that, okay? I wish sometimes that I did. And if you do have a defense, right, speak to your lawyer about that and they can take it to the district attorney's office and present that, okay? Right? You'll have an opportunity to make your case. Just don't do it right now because like I said, anything that you say, they can go back and look at it. So if you have a defense, you speak to your lawyer about that because that's privileged communications. But anything you say right now, it's fair game. You got me?
Understand.
Okay. All right. Very good. Do you have any other questions?
And you said I have a bond for
the misdemeanors. For the battery charge is $10,000 and the cruelty to children is $5,000. But the other case, but the aggravated stalking, I did not set a bond, okay?
Why is my battery so 10,000 and I just heard you say for 4?
Well, it's based on the facts and the circumstances of each individual case. And again, remember the information that I have is this isn't a first time thing between you and this person. So I have to take that in consideration, okay? It's not.
Sir, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good luck.
All
right, sir. What is your full name?
Isaiah Tonight.
All right. Give me just a second. I'm sorry. Give me that name one more time.
Isaiah Tonight.
Oh, Mr. Tonight. Okay, one second. 1 second, sir. I think you were the last one on my list.
Well, there's still time for you to get the big D tonight, Artie.
Okay. Mr. Denike, I don't know if you read your court-appointed paperwork, but you're charged with 1 count of battery and 1 count of possession of a firearm during commission of a crime. Based on the evidence in front of me, I don't have enough to keep these charges on you. So I'm dismissing both of them. Now, that—
Oh, that's it. The big D. Big D. Oh, Judge throwing out the big D. It's like you can hear us. This was a year ago. Are you a time traveler?
That does not mean that the officer or the state can't come back later on and bring these charges back. The reason for the dismissal is they just didn't give me enough evidence. I have no evidence that you were carrying a gun at all, and I don't even know who the person is that you got into it with, okay? So just because they're dismissed now doesn't mean that you can go back out there and act up outside of jail. Do you understand?
We have the women left tonight. We're not quite done. We have about 20 minutes left, folks, before we end with this big D. We have time for so many more big Ds.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You are 19?
No, I'm 18.
18. So you're 18 years old. And just like I told the other guy, he's only 17. I assume that you like to do what you want to do and not have your freedoms taken from you, correct?
Sure.
Right. So if you want to keep your freedom and do what you want to do, you need to act like an adult. According to the law, you are an adult. You can go and die for your country. So that means that you have a great responsibility to not act up and get into whatever it is that you got into to get arrested to begin with. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Because if there was more information here, we'd be talking a whole different story. I wouldn't be dismissing these charges. Okay? All right. So I'm going to dismiss it. Just like I said in the beginning, it is going to take some time for the paperwork to roll through. But like I said, I don't know whether the Jonesboro Police Department is going to try to redo this. But don't be surprised if they do. Okay.
All right.
All right. Do you have any questions?
Yes. When I get my charges dismissed, how do I get out?
They'll let you out. Sheriff's Department will let you go.
Thank you.
All right. All right. What's your name, sir? All right, Mr. Durden. You are charged with 1 count of DUI left safe. That is a misdemeanor charge. I am going to grant a bond in the amount of $2,500.
Oh, I wonder if the scam is with dismissal Dan here, and to let them out, they make them pay a fee. Because who the fuck's going to come back and complain and talk to them? Hey, remember that time you dismissed these charges against me? No, you're never going to do that.
And the other charge, also misdemeanor obstruction and intersection, the bond is $500. Your total bond is $3,000. Okay, both misdemeanors. Your next court date is June the 28th, 2022. If you bond out, you do not have to go to that court date. If you're still incarcerated, then you will have an opportunity to speak with an attorney, and they can negotiate your case further or ask the judge to modify the bond. Do you want to hire your own attorney, or do you want me to appoint one? Appoint one? All right. Okay. All right. I'm going to do that. Do you have any questions about your case?
No, sir.
All right. Very good.
Sir.
All right. Thank you. Good luck. All right. What's your name, sir?
Anthony Franklin.
All right, Mr. Franklin, you are charged with various charges. The first one is a felony drug charge. I am going to grant a bond. The bond is going to be $5,000. The possession of a weapon during the commission of a crime, also a felony. I am going to grant a bond of $2,000. The misdemeanor marijuana charge, the bond is $1,500, and the loitering or prowling, the bond is $1,000. So I'm going to tell you your total bond. Let's see, 7, 8, 9, 10. So your total bond is $10,000. Okay. Because a couple of those charges are felonies, your next court date is going to be June the 27th at 8:30 a.m. If you are still incarcerated, you'll have an opportunity to meet with the with an attorney, and they can negotiate your case with the district attorney's office, or ask the judge to modify or lower the bond. Now you have an opportunity to hire your own attorney, or I can appoint one for you. What would you like me to do?
Point one.
Okay. So I will do that. Do you have any questions?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Oh, thank you. I thought you said yes.
Oh, no, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, sir, what is your name?
Antonio Gresham.
Okay, Mr. Gresham. All right, give me just a second. Let me get your paperwork. All right, Mr. Gresham, you are charged with 1 count of criminal damage to property in the 2nd degree. That is a felony. I am going to grant a bond of $3,000. As part of your bond, I am going to make it a special conditions that you not have any contact with Kalila or Kalila Kings. Who is that to you?
Oh, my lady.
All right. Are y'all legally married?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thought he said mother.
All right. Well, I'm sure you've heard me say this to the other people, but I want to tell you as well, do not have any contact with her. That includes text messages, instant messages, Kik, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, whatever people are using these days. Okay. And that includes, you can't tell somebody, hey, I want you to tell her X, Y, and Z. All right. As far as it goes in your world, she does not exist. Okay. Now, also understand that the restriction is not on you, it's on her. So if she has contact with you, as far as I know, she's not violating a judge's order. But if you have contact with her or respond, that could be used to get you in even more trouble. All right. What I tell people is wherever this person is, you don't be. Okay. All right. The next court date is going to be June the 27th at 8:30 a.m. If you bond out, you do not need to appear for that court date. However, if you're still there, you'll have an opportunity to speak with an attorney and they can negotiate your case or ask that the bond be modified. Now, you were given paperwork and had the opportunity to fill it out, but it says here that you refused or didn't want to, and it's blank to me. So I can only assume that you want to hire your own attorney or represent yourself. What is that what you want to do?
Yeah, because it's all lies. So I would rather represent myself. I was there, so I would know.
Oh, we got a 5.
Oh.
Whoa, we got 5s in the chat. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. I need 5, 5, 5, 5, 5.
Okay, so yourself, and it's blank to me, so I can only assume that you want to hire your own attorney or represent yourself. What is that what you want to do?
Yeah, because it's all lies. So I would rather represent myself.
As he shakes his head no, he says yes. Even he knows internally this is a bad idea. I don't want to do this, but I'm gonna say yes.
I was there, so I would know. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're very clear. Okay. I don't have the ability to appoint you a lawyer without this. Do you want me to appoint one for you? Do you want to hire yourself? Represent yourself, or do you want to hire your own attorney? Which of those 3 do you want to do?
No. Oh, so question. If I bond out and I don't have to go, how does the lawyer? What the lawyer for?
You're going to get a court date. You're going to get a court date later on down the road. This is just a preliminary date. They'll still have other court dates for you to do. So if you bond out, you can have time to go and find somebody. You can still represent yourself, or later on down the road, you can get a court-appointed attorney. But I just need to know what you want to do right now. You have 3 options: appointed lawyer, represent yourself, or hire your own. Which one?
You can appoint me one.
All right, well, you didn't fill out your paperwork, so now I have to ask you questions.
I just do it myself. I'll go myself.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm giving you an
Nobody knows.
opportunity to do it, but that's fine. You have that right. Okay. All right. Well, then you can represent yourself. Like I said, your next court date, if you bond out, you don't need to go to it on the 27th, but they'll mail you the paperwork. All right. Do you have any other questions?
Yes, sir. About my property that's there, because I pay rent there. You know what I'm saying? As far as where we stay, you know what I'm saying? You said
I didn't tell you to stay. I didn't tell you to stay away from the location. I just said don't have any contact with her. So if she's there, you don't go there. But I will allow you to go there with the sheriff's department. Okay. So if she's staying there and you need to get stuff, you need to go there with the sheriff's office, and it's marked on your paperwork. Okay. Don't just show up and say the judge said I could come here and get my stuff. You have to do it the legal way. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. And the same thing for my car that's outside. I got the keys with me now. I'm in jail, so all I got to do is crank up and leave. I ain't got to knock on no door, no do nothing. She got my telephone too. You know what I'm saying?
Listen,
so just take a and do it the right way.
Anything that you got that's at the address of where she is, you need to take the sheriff's department with you. Does that make sense? And they're not going to keep going back and forth. They're going to give you one shot to get your thing. So whatever you need to get it. And then she doesn't exist. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. And if she's not there, how do I get my phone, or just try to get another day?
I wish I could help you out, man. I don't know.
So I just don't want to be back here for trying to get my item. That's all. I just want to go about everything the right way.
Understood. I don't want you back here either. So
you need to get a new phone, my son. You need to go get it canceled, get a new phone number, and go. You can't, there in a few days, you're still not allowed.
Anything else?
No, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
What's your name, sir?
Danny Martinez.
All right. All right. Give me 1 second. Deputy, do we have Fullerton?
No, Your Honor. He'll be
here we go.
Going tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Say that again. Say that again.
He'll be going tomorrow. I'll contact you, Ms. Moultrie.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Mr. Martinez, just one moment. I was just making note of Mr. Fullerton.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, Mr. Martinez, you were charged with violation of traffic control device and marijuana less than an ounce. Both of those are misdemeanors, and I'm going to grant a bond on both of them. The red light or traffic control device is $500. The misdemeanor marijuana is $1,500. Your total bond is $2,000. All right. Because they're misdemeanors, your next court date is going to be June the 28th. Do you want to hire an attorney, or do you want me to appoint one?
Yeah, point one, please.
Okay. I will do that for you. Do you have any questions about your case?
No, sir. Thank
All
you.
right. Good luck.
Okay, if I worked at the jail and I wanted people to be polite to the judge, I would start a rumor that he appoints the best lawyers to the people who say the most please and thank you. Now, obviously, we all know he doesn't actually have anything to do with who gets appointed, but that's the rumor I would start. I don't know if you could get us in much trouble for that.
Morning, sir.
Morning. What's your name, sir?
Corey Osley.
All right, Mr. Osley.
Also, I'm not cutting off anything. Their heads are not on screen. Proper.
All right, Mr. Osley, I was looking at this and, you know, I don't have enough evidence to keep these charges moving forward, so I'm going to dismiss it against you. I don't know everything that happened given the circumstances, but, you know, Mr. Osley, you're an adult. You're a grown man. So just make sure if you have contact with people, whether it's law enforcement or just your average citizen out there, that, you know, just behave yourself in an appropriate way, because even though I'm dismissing the charges, you know, it doesn't make what you allegedly did, it doesn't make it right. Okay. It just means that I don't think it was illegal for you to do, but that doesn't change the fact that you still spent some hours in the Clayton County Jail. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So please don't come back to the Clayton County Jail. Just make sure that you talk to people with respect and just act like a grown-up, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
He's gonna run out of there.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Can you tell me your name, please?
I yell at home.
All right,
Big
Mr.
D.
Robinson. Yes, sir. Mr. Robinson.
Oh my God, are they listening? They put them off eyesight so we can't see them being looking to the side.
Oh, here we go. Sorry about that, sir. All right, Mr. Robinson, you are charged with 1 count of aggravated assault, which is a felony. I did review this, and unfortunately, I am not going to set a bond on this charge at this time. It doesn't mean that later on down the road that another judge or that your lawyer can't file any paperwork and ask another judge to review it. However, based on the evidence that I've been given, you know, and it's not the time to kind of talk about your case, but I'm not going to set a bond in this case today. The next court date is going to be June the 27th at 8:30 a.m. You do have an opportunity to hire your own attorney, or I can appoint one for you. What would you like me to do?
You can appoint one for me right now.
Okay, I will do that. If that changes, then, you know, just let the lawyer that you hire know to file the appropriate paperwork. Do you have any questions about your next court date or your case?
Yes, will I be able to get a bond though? Being that if you didn't give me one?
So the law is that if you are arrested, the district attorney's office has 90 days to accuse or indict you. If they do not do that within 90 days, you are legally entitled to a bond. Now, it could be $75 billion or it could be $5,000. I don't know. But if the DA's office has not indicted or accused your case, a judge, whether it's myself or someone else, will legally have to give you a bond, okay?
Okay, so it's not accused right now?
It is not. It is not accused. It's not bound over to Superior Court just yet, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Good luck. All right, sir, can you tell me your name, please?
Clinton Sargent.
All right, Mr. Sargent, you are charged with, let's see here. Looks to be 2 misdemeanor charges, simple battery. I am going to grant a bond. It's going to be $3,500, and cruelty to children, also a misdemeanor, $1,500. So your total bond is $5,000. You're not to have any contact with Tony Hibler or Hibler. Who is that to you?
That's my mother boyfriend, but he supposed to be coming up here tomorrow.
Oh, don't tell me. Don't do it.
Yes, sir.
Don't do it.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
It's
I love
okay.
you so much.
I understand. I know what you're about to say, and you probably want to tell everybody. Okay, just don't do it. All right. It's not the time for that. Save it for your attorney. Okay. As of right now, okay, until your case gets resolved or another judge changes the bond conditions, I don't want you to have any contact with your mother's boyfriend, okay? It doesn't matter if you get along now. It doesn't matter what his feelings are, and he tells you, Clinton, don't worry about it, man. I'm not gonna call the cops. It's all good. We're fine. No, you're not. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Don't call, don't text, message, Instagram, Facebook, Kick, Twitter, whatever you think that you could do, don't. As of right now, he does not exist in your world. Wherever he is, you don't be, okay? Now, that doesn't mean that he can't contact you. Just don't respond, all right? Because the restriction's not on him, it's on you. And I know that things can get heated with family members and things like that. I know what Thanksgiving is like, right? That's why it's only one day a year. People, emotions run high. But until your case is resolved or another judge changes it, don't have any contact. I don't want you coming back because it'll be worse for you if you come back for having contact with him. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may have some good defenses, but save it for your lawyer. Let them use that and talk to the prosecutors. Your next court date is June the 28th. If you bond out, you don't need to go to that particular court date. They'll let you know the date after that. But if you're still incarcerated, you'll have an opportunity to meet with a lawyer and they can negotiate your case further and even talk about your defenses and ask the judge to modify the bond and the conditions, okay? Now, do you want to hire your own attorney or do you want me to appoint one for you?
I want you to appoint one for me.
Yes, sir. I will do that for you. Now, you're going to get a copy of your bond paperwork so you know exactly what you can and cannot do. Do you have any questions?
No, sir. You don't tell me everything I need.
All right. Good luck, Mr. Sergeant. Please don't come back, okay?
I'm not. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good luck to you. All right, Deputy, that's all I've got.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Miss Mary, is that all you have as well?
That's all I have. We're good for the day.
Okay. All right. Thank you all. I'll scan the paperwork in and send it to everyone.
Thank you, Deputy.
Yes,
Y'all
Your
have a
Honor.
good
Copy of your bond paperwork so you know what I've got as well.
That's all I have. We're good for the
I might be able to make it better. Hold on. Enhance. Enhance. Deputy SZY something or other? I don't know.
day.
Okay. All right. Thank you all. I'll scan the paperwork in and send it to everyone.
Thank you, Deputy.
Yes,
Y'all
Your
have a
Honor.
good
Pause.
The bond. Transfer there and even, okay? Not needed. All right. Thank you. Good luck to you. All right, Deputy, that's all I've got.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Miss Mary. Is that all you have as well?
That's all I have. We're good for the day.
Okay. All right. Thank you all. I'll scan the paperwork in and send it to everyone.
Thank you, Deputy.
Yes,
Y'all
Your
have a
Honor.
good
Okay. That's all, folks. That's all she wrote for tonight. Thank you all so much for being. Oh, yeah, my lighting's all messed up. Kit Boga next, as usual. No, seriously, I love Kit Boga so much. Like I've said, I would really like to scam bait people, but I know I don't know enough to do it safely. I love you guys very much. I appreciate you. I will be back tomorrow. It's been almost 5 hours. You're not supposed to let me stream for like that long. Anyways, I love you guys so much. Have a wonderful evening. And I will talk to you tomorrow. Oh, maybe that's why I streamed forever. Med check. That's right, Richard. Med check, med check, med check. Graphics check. If you need graphics, Richard's the one to hit up. Okay, I love you all. I'll talk to you later. Bye. Oh, lurkers, subscribe.